would have been a more highly developed country without oil. I wished we had never smelled the fumes of petroleum. By Wole Soyinka. It is, you can read his books and find out what he wrote and what he likes and what is predicted has come true in Africa. So, as the moderator of this platform, as our ritual, we ask for one African song to test the microphone. Then now get prepared. We shall start with Lamu. I start from down. Lamu from South Sudan, you will kick-start us off. Is oil a curse in Africa? But before you do that, I would request Radio Punchline Africa in Nairobi to give us the music. The Oliver Mutukuzi or the Tanzanian Liberation Organization, the country of liberation. Hakuna kitu kibaya duniani kama shida. Oh, ijakue. Kila siku shida. Mpaka siku ya mwisho. Twitter space, the struggle for a better Africa. You are all welcome this evening, all the way from the Abyss. We are here, and we are struggling. Africa needs us. Africa needs a new generation to take over so that we can safeguard the interest of the founding fathers. Today, I am proud of President Kagame because he wrote a letter, and I have been complaining about the same thing, and the people thought Matsanga was mad. If you read Kagame's letter, you will know that there is trouble in Africa. There's trouble in African Union. The type of corruption that is in African Union is like the oil curse that we have in Africa. Most of you who have come across President Kagame's letter will agree with me that things are not very good in the African Union. Ladies and gentlemen, South Sudan, Nigeria, Libya, Uganda, Cameroon, Chad, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and all countries, Somalia, where oil is rumored to be, or where there is oil. If you know you have oil in your country, or there is a rumor that oil is coming out of your ground, your soil, there is always going to be a tension. There is always going to be a conflict brewing. Those who come from Uganda know that a few months ago there was a conflict brewing where people went to petition the European Union that Uganda should not dig a pipeline from Mubende or Hoima, Albertine region. You know that case or that political statement by the European Union. Why should somebody control us on our resources? Why should our resources be a bargain of other resources, of speculators? Somebody has sold our oil on stock exchange in Africa a long time ago. You find that a country like South Africa still is listed on stock exchange in New York. Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on in Africa? Who bewitched us? Wole Senyika said Nigeria would have developed better if it did not had, or if they did not smell the fumes of petroleum. When you go to Nigeria, Lagos, the commercial city, ladies and gentlemen, you might think you are not in a place where you are supposed to be. Cars, there's a queue, a longer queue, people queuing for fuel, and the country produces fuel. Is it a curse? Libya, you see, because of fuel, of oil, Libya was dismantled by Nicolas Sarkozy. They killed Muammar Gaddafi because of oil. They now siphon oil freely, free for all. There's nobody regulating the oil coming out of Libya because they have divided Libya into two parts. You Africans here, whether we are few, Kunai, whether we are few, 10, 20, 30, 40, let's always keep on making noise. Let's always keep on talking. We talked, and Macron is now changing his tune. He says it wants a relationship, not an oppression. After you have taken everything from us, including our footballers. who are playing for France. You now turn up and say, we want a new relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a lot to speak about the curse of oil in Africa. But today I want to open up the platform for you. Those in countries where oil has been discovered, where oil is being pumped out of the ground. Ghana is also one of them. Zimbabwe, they have found oil. Mozambique, they have found oil, and you have seen the war in Cape Delgado. It's because of oil. Let me open the floor, and I want Stephen check Miriam's number and send me on the other number what is supposed to be sent. Yes, thank you very much. In Nairobi, thank you for the music, but look for West African music of Kuti. People were demanding it. Have you got it? Take your decision. Yeah, show me the signal. If you have got Kuti, the West Africa, but not now. Lamu, open up.
Yeah.
Open the space. South Sudan.
Oh, thank you, Dr. David.
You are the newest baby on the block. We had
Yes, and
hoped that we had hoped that we had liberated you from the Arab North, but all to end up in tears. Are you regretting that you are no longer with the Arab North? Had you remained together like Garanga said, General Garanga wanted you to remain together? Don't you think your conditions would have changed now?
yes,
Apart
Doctor.
from the political independence, is there anything that you can be proud of in South Sudan? Apart from our being born there. I'm part and parcel in 1980, 2005. I was in South Sudan when there were no good toilets, when there were no good hotels. But I want to tell you, the people of South Sudan, and I want to give you a credit. You can live even $10,000 outside with a phone. Leave it. You open the door. You find the $10,000 still there. Nobody has touched it. Until some of us from some East African states, I don't want to name them, about 2 states started going there with theft. They spoiled South Sudan. A country with deep sea oil, deep oil. The deepest holes of oil, drills of oil are in South Sudan. The Abyei Peninsula. There is good oil, first class there. But you still have not paid your civil servants. Are we cast? Lam, take the platform.
Well, thank you, Dr. David, and good evening, my fellow Pan-Africanists. It's really a privilege to have another discussion. And I always, as Dr. David said, I always say it's very useless being called the South Sudanese, and people are dying of hunger. So what is the state if you cannot even give food? If people are dying of hunger in your country, it's really very useless. And we'll be proud. I'm a South Sudanese, I'm a Ugandan, I'm a Nigerian, and our very people are dying. So we really need to look at that critically. So just calling ourselves names, saying we are patriotic, we have sovereignty, we have these things, it's really very useless. So thank you, Dr. David. And today's topic, let me go straight to it, is oil a curse in Africa. And because of charity begins at home, I'll just go direct to South Sudan. I hope others will talk of Uganda, Libya, and Nigeria later. Now, just a brief information about South Sudan and its oil history. South Sudan discovered oil in the late 1970s, while the country was still part of Sudan. So the first commercial oil production began in 1999 with the export of crude oil via a pipeline that ran from South Sudan to Port Sudan on the Red Sea. Then the country was one. So the refinery was in Port Sudan in the Red Sea, far north. So, and then for South Sudan, since gaining independence in 2011, it has continued to explore for new oil reserves and has made several significant discoveries. Just recent 2012, the country announced that it had discovered new oil fields in the northern part of the country, near the border with Sudan. Those are the sides of BA. So these fields were estimated to hold up to 1 billion barrels of oil, 1 billion barrels. So, and also more recently, in 2020, South Sudan announced it had discovered new oil reserves in Adar oil field, located in the north eastern part of the country. So this oil field is estimated to hold up to 5.3 billion barrels of oil, which would make it one of the largest oil discoveries in Africa in recent years. Now, the discovery of the new oil reserves is seen as a potential boom for South Sudan, which has heavily been impacted by civil war that erupted in 2013. This is known throughout the world and throughout Africa, the 2013 war, which is still leaving its traces to us now. So, however, the country still faces significant challenges associated with its oil industry. Just as the topic states today, is the oil has things like political instability. We all know corruption. South Sudan is ranked, is it the second, the third? It's the highest. And there's that lack of infrastructure. So the country is not connected. The roads, we really don't have roads that are connecting different parts. Only some in the central part of Juba. And so, and like the also the concern of the environmental impact and the social impact of the increased oil production. We have recently been seeing problems of genetic problems, children born with disorders and all this stuff. And all these are related to the oil. So, and then as well as there's need for to diversify the economy in the country. Now, South Sudan has experienced significant challenges associated with the oil industry. So, such things like political instability, ethnic conflict, these people saying the oil is ours and all that, corruption. The last space we had on Sunday, yesterday, there was that point of there was a document shared, the report of the century, showing how the government owned Nile Pet is really corrupted and wasting a lot of billions of dollars in to really places where it's not supposed to go. So, and we have, so I did speak, oil production in South Sudan is estimated up to 350 barrels per day, 350,000, but it has dropped to less than 150. That's half of what is supposed to be producing per day during the conflict, and it has gone. So the oil centers were the main areas of conflict, just like we are. So people could fight for that because, and the Century report shows that the oil was used for fueling most of the atrocities that were happening in the country. So, and the thing is that this decline in oil production has a significant impact on the economy. High inflation. Now the dollar is really very high, and the government is really trying to. In 2018, there were even shooting. People were shot because of the black market exchange of the dollar. So the problem was attributed to the dollar. Inflation is very high, very high. So currency has depreciated, and economic hardship in South Sudan. And the definition of the poverty, the absolute poverty of people living less than $1 per day, it's a real thing in South Sudan. So the citizens are really in a dire situation. So, and there are a lot of concerns like corruption, we know, and the mismanagement of the oil revenue, with some estimates suggesting up to 4 billion has been lost to corruption since independence, just from 2011, around 4 billion, and it could be more. That's just an estimation. And the 4 billion, what could it have done in South Sudan? I think it could have done something great. Schools would have, roads would have been, poverty would have been alleviated. And so, and this is just a brief overview of South Sudan. Many people may have more information about this. But now the question is the resource cost, which we are experiencing, or what has already been termed as the paradox of plenty. So this phenomenon where countries like South Sudan having abundance of resources and of oil, gas, minerals, and a lot of other things experience low economic growth higher levels of poverty and greater political instability compared to countries with fewer natural resources. So this is really the same thing. The resource scarcity is a real issue in South Sudan. And the question is oil a curse in Africa? With the trend of how things are happening and have been happening, just like Soyinka noted, as Professor read it, it has really been a curse. And if we didn't have it, then I think things would have been better. But it's not that the oil itself is a problem. The trend can still change. We can still work to make this oil uh, uh, work for the better of our countries, just like the Middle East has done. They have gone too far from where they're supposed to be, and Africa can do so with the collective effort, with the minds that are oriented to development. So all these things. So the problem is the people and the lack of vision that those who are managing these resources are. So the management and other factors that we shall later see, like foreign influence and all that. So these are the problems we are facing in South Sudan, and likewise could be in other African countries. So, Doctor, this is what I just want to give a brief overview of South Sudan, my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will not let you go yet. I want to ask you one question. In your opinion,
yes, Doctor,
and in the opinion of anybody on whoever is on this platform, everybody, all of you, don't you think oil in South Sudan, the revenues, the ownership, the deals have also contributed to the conflict or accelerated the conflict? Don't you think, compared to the Middle East, where they have used the oil very efficiently, very, very efficiently, they have developed. You saw Dubai was a desert. And at times I feel so sad when I see so many of you Africans getting your tickets that you are going to Dubai for holiday with I feel ashamed. I feel ashamed. 30 years ago, Dubai was no more, was nothing. Look at Dubai today. They changed the whole surface. You even have a desert. I think, I don't know, Kunai, you people who have gone to this place called Dubai, because for me, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't. Dubai looks like a river road of Kenya. In Kenya, river road, or Kabalagara of Uganda, of where Charles, you have been there. I don't go to Dubai. I don't want to even waste my shoes to step in Dubai. I don't know why. To be very honest, I just hate that place not because of anything they have done to me, but because when you look at it and you are an African, a Pan-African with a heart of making sure that why are things, even asking, querying, why are things not working in our countries? You feel ashamed that I don't want to go there. This country was a desert, it was a bush. Even some of them used to go to the bush for their toilet. But look today, Dubai is the heaven on earth for everybody. In Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, presidents go there for holiday. They crack their deals there. When can we utilize these resources? The money from the oil. When shall we benefit? Do we benefit from it? Or there is a curse?
Doctor, let me reply for the case of South Sudan. For the case of South, oil has been a major factor in the conflict that has plagued South Sudan since it gained independence from Sudan. And it was also a major problem between South Sudan and Sudan also. And So the country's oil reserves, mainly located in the northern part of the country near the border with Sudan, these are the areas of BA, areas of Unity State, and especially the northern part. Now, that was the issue of Sudan and South Sudan. The control was for oil and all that. And that was one of the main factors. Now, secondly, that the war that erupted in 2013 between the government and the opposition forces uh, uh, was also uh, fueled by this issue of oil. And mainly in the war, these parties were fighting for the control of oil fields and reserves as a factor because they knew this is the money that fuels whichever thing. Now, and so that is really for the case of South Sudan. And the recent report of Century, which the government rejected, showed that at the height of the conflict, during the conflict, it was the money of the oil that was used for fueling this oil conflict. And it's the main, like South Sudan doesn't have a diverse economy, and it heavily relies on oil. So those who control the oil, so it has just been like fighting for this pot, fighting for this piece of meal. So it has really been a major catalyst in the conflict of South Sudan.
And Dr. David, sorry if you can hear me. And can you hear me? Am I audible?
Eh?
Yes, yes.
You are
Okay,
saying?
Dr. David. Sorry, Dr. David. Give me a sec. And I wanted to add by what Lam, our brother from South Sudan, has just said. And it's utterly disappointing and heartbreaking to see that a population which like South Sudan, I mean, what is it, 5 million to 8 million, and the God-given resources, natural resources that South Sudan has, is able to benefit every single South Sudanian person or citizen. And if only the leaders, instead of fighting, could agree on a resource sharing agreement and let everyone in South Sudan eat, let everyone in South Sudan benefit. South Sudan, if I'm not wrong, I was reading a report the other day. 95% of South Sudan has got arable land. The land is arable, 95%, Dr. David. But how much of that land is being utilized? I mean,
The,
that
the,
wealth, that
there's no farming there. Not very many people have utilized that land. And because most of the time, 3/4 of the independence has been consumed in war. So nobody can go to the farm.
shouldn't the resources from the oil being trafficked to diversify the agricultural sector? I mean, I don't know if lamb is mainly the agro produce consumed in South Sudan. Is it coming from somewhere else or is it grown in
Most of
at home? I'm not
I
really.
can cut it. I can cut it
Okay.
short for you.
Okay. Yes, doctor.
Most of the products that are consumed in Juba come from Uganda and Kenya. And there are few farmers who are starting to grow their own crops. But most of the daily produce, when I was there in Sudan, 2005, 2007, 2008, 2009, when I was doing the Uganda peace process in Juba, most of the products were coming from Uganda, including our good women. Uh, our beautiful ladies from Uganda were also exported there. And we must have a sense of humor, even if things are very bad. So Uganda also have a beauty of exporting, and I'm glad that a few days ago I did an opinion poll on Zimbabwe, and I found out that Zimbabwe has the highest number of women on the continent of Africa. And out of this highest number of women on the continent of Africa, when you come to such platforms, you learn quite a lot of things, especially from Dr. Matanga's lectures. Zimbabwe, the political part of CCC or Triple C, is mainly supported by men, male, of 20 years, 22, 3, 30, 40. And the women support ZANU-PF. 73% of women in Zimbabwe support ZANU-PF. I was shocked. So, like South Sudan, the food that they eat, most of them, Lam will bear me witness. As we move to Nigeria, we want to hear from our brother that some of the food comes from, most of 3/4 comes from Uganda. And that's why we had to struggle to get the road resistance army out of the Eastern Equatorial and send them to Western Equatorial to allow the road. I did that ceasefire and transferred over 30,000 troops. 30,000 troops. I supervised with General Deng and others and other generals from African Union and Mozambique, South Africa. And I supervised the transfer of 30,000 troops of the road resistance army from Eastern Equatorial to Western Equatorial in Rikwamba. So, ladies and gentlemen, some of us have come a long way. That's why we are crying for Africa. We want a better Africa. What I'm telling you, Lam will tell you. Lam, I'm giving you time. I'm giving a chance shortly. Lam will tell you that it is true. I took part in this, and I'm humbled that my peace process that I hammered between Museveni and Akonyi still stands. No bullet has been shot for the last 16 years. And may God hold it until the end. Thank you very much. Lam, just respond, and then we have Mr. Goodman.
Yes, Doctor, what you said is really right. Kony has never been a problem to South Sudan for very many years. I think from the time you brokered that deal. Now, for the case of the arable land and the oil in South Sudan, so the economy of South Sudan is not really diversified. And as Doctor said, we even import tomatoes, we import mangoes, we import avocados, and this just uh, these simple things, we import them from neighboring countries, especially Uganda, the highest supplier of these things. And we have Western Equatoria. Western Equatoria has that climate of Congo, the Equatorial climate. It rains there every day, and it is really a place that can really supply South Sudan with that food. The challenge is that this political instability has even divided the country. The issue of tribalism, in a way that even roads to Western Equatoria are blocked, and the government is not really putting effort to promote peace in that region. There's nothing like really diversification. And one of my friends mentioned the space we had, that South Sudan is not having politicians, but is having military men. So in that, as a politician, you think of how can you improve the lives of the people. But with the military, you are just, you use power for everything. You do not mind of what can be the development in our country and all that. So, brother, that's really happening in South Sudan. Our agriculture, nothing is really being done.
Okay.
And if it is that, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Lamo. And Professor, Dr. David, we have a lot of request speakers up here. Let's move on to the mic. Sorry.
I'm working on it. Now we want somebody from, this is the order we are going to follow. We want Manzi from Nigeria, Manzi, Owoma, Ozomena, followed by Charles Mutama. Just hold on. Followed by Charles Mutama from Zimbabwe, followed by Paul Eziemi, again from Nigeria. No. Oh my God, from Biafra. I don't know when I should say it, but my slip of tongue. Then, Mr. Goodman, I was looking for you, then you ran away. But Manzi has taken your place already now. Let's go in that order, then followed by Onita. Is it Onita Set? I don't know. They will tell us where it's from. Then from Uganda, we want Mr. Bakwate. Mr. Bakwate John from Uganda. In that order, please mark your number. Speak beep. You have only 2 minutes. Once you see me coughing and coming in, it means your time is over. Let's start, Mr. Manzi.
Thank you so much, Dr. Matanga. May the Almighty God keep blessing you and protecting you for Africa at large. You say? So I want to start by to say that oil is not oil in Africa is not a curse. Neither is it the cause of our problem. But our our colonial masters are the one who makes the blessing that God has given Africa to look as if it is a curse. You see, God really and abundantly blessed Africa with a lot of mineral resources. But the issue is that our colonial masters, our slave masters came to Africa and they discovered all these things. They came into Africa through illegal invention in Africa to extort our resources. And they discovered that the world, the global communities are being developing so rapidly. And they ran away so that they will not tag as thief or criminals. They left our land, but at their eyes and in their pocket, their bags are still in Africa. Then they had a strategy. What was that strategy? They used criminal leaders, the first criminal leaders on us, and by then they used that they are still extorting from that our resources in a way to take our eyes away from that extortion, that illegal extortion. They put crisis in us so that we can be fighting each other without knowing exactly what is the cause of it. Now is the time that we Africans need to rise up. Let the cry of a Biafra man be a cry of a Sudanese. Let the cry of a Sudanese be a cry of a Uganda person. Let the cry of Uganda person be a cry of a Kenya man. That is the way that we can get our freedom. Let dissolve the foundation that the colonial masters established. They forced it on us. And that is the only way that we can survive at this crisis. Thank you so much. Let me just brief my own input. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have been a good timekeeper yourself. And thank you very much for timekeeping. I love the way you put
South Sudan. So nice. That's good. This thing today.
When you come to this platform, you have to respect the platform. You don't just come and start speaking. Please, there is rule of law in this platform, on this platform. So, Mr. Cho Ngo, if you don't respect the platform, I'll drop you completely. Can you
is it possible that he's new to Twitter, Dr. David?
Sorry for that.
Is it possible that he's new? Hold on, Shoal or Cole, kindly, please, and order. Dr. David, when he's speaking, don't speak on top of him. Let him make his point. Then
no, what
we'll
does
give you
he
a
want
number.
To speak? What does he want to speak? This one also. What does he want to speak? Because for me, I don't take prisoners of. I don't. What is it that
I
you
think
want
something's pushing Cole. I don't know what it is. And
yeah,
Cole, did you say you are
put Cole? There are signs here. Have you seen the sign is on the left-hand side? If you have a point which is eating you, sir, just put up your hand. I will come to you. If there is a very big emergency, but you have just come and have chosen the order of speaking. Welcome to the show, Mr. Kankwanza and the Queen Linda, the lost jewel. Thank you very much. Welcome to the show. We miss you a lot, especially me. Thank you. You are welcome. The topic today is very good. It is very good. Oil. Every country in Africa that has oil, there is tension. From Libya, Nigeria, Sudan, South Sudan, Somalia, Cameroon, Mozambique, Uganda, Kenya. I don't know, Queen is here. We'll talk about it. There is no tension in Kenya yet. But the type of banditry that is in the region where you find oil could also lead to some people saying, hello, is this oil going to be able to be drilled out of the ground? So you can see every country. Is it a curse? Walt Senyika said Nigeria would have developed better if they did not develop, they did not have oil. They would have, I wish they had not smelled the fumes of petroleum. Do you agree with Walt Senyika? Is it the leadership? Are the people corrupt? Who has created the corruption, which is killing, taking all the money from our oil? Are they external companies? Countries, China, France, America, Russia now, they come to take this oil. Our neighbors across the Red Sea are enjoying the benefits of crude oil that God gave them. They have built their cities. They pay their citizens monthly allowances. Even those who don't work get money in Saudi Arabia. But for us in Nigeria, a big country like Nigeria, the third producer of oil in the whole world, you find a long queue of cars causing pollution. Because when cars are very near each other, they cause pollution. Is it a curse? What happened to us? Charles from Zimbabwe, followed by my brother, Paul. Is it Paul? Yes. No, Onita. Then Paul. Then we go that side. Charles.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Matsanga. Thank you, Kune. Thank you, Radio Punch Line Africa. And thank you, my fellow panelists and Pan-Africanists on this forum today. This is a very important topic. It is a topic which we need to interrogate, looking at the examples of good utilization of crude oil as a national resource, looking at case studies such as Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Middle Eastern countries in general, and then of course Western countries that include the United States, and then of course models of countries that fully utilize oil as a resource for their
Charles, we can't hear you at all. Charles,
I think Charles is having a connection network issue, Dr. David.
A connection
Should we come back to
network.
him?
I will pull him back again. Charles, are you having a network connection problem?
No, can you hear me?
Charles, we are hearing
Yes.
you, but can't you be in a stable place? Be in a stable place, please.
Okay, can another speaker go ahead? Then I'll work on my mic.
Okay. All right. Mr. Cho. Mr. Cho, your behavior
Yeah,
is
I'm,
becoming,
yeah,
is unbecoming.
yeah, I'm here around. Yeah, I'm here with you. So I'm here. Need to answer some question about the question of today. That way, I'm
The,
being here
the Twitter what?
to
You want
answer
to
some
Dr.
to answer
answer the
some
David,
questions?
Dr.
about the program for today.
Dr. David, I'm sorry, but sure,
No,
there's
no,
a
no,
really
Kunai,
loud
wait. What,
background noise.
Cho, what is the problem? What is your problem, Mr. Cho? You are an African, and we don't want to remove you from this platform when you are an African.
Cho,
Behave
unmute
yourself.
yourself. Unmute yourself, Cho. Unmute and speak.
Aye. Cho, can you now speak?
Yeah, I'm now with you here speaking. I said I'm the only South Sudanese in this group, so I have to answer some of the question about this oil grabbing.
Okay, now you go ahead.
So the
You have the
exactly point is
platform,
what,
sir.
yeah, exactly point is what Dr. David said before. So it's not about the presidential or something else about that. Those are minor works. Yeah, are you with me?
Hearing you, sir.
Yeah. So that makes me not even to feel annoyed of it because we have been studied the topic, we talk everything, we talk about it, and I've already heard about some of the things there. So we have right, we African, we have right to do whatever we're supposed to do. But the problem is this, our leaders, I don't know what the problem of them, mostly here in South Sudan. Okay, we have a lot of things facing us, a lot of problems facing us. We have a lot of resources, enough fuel, so, and the people used to come and take it, like China, those big countries, they just took it. They don't even, the perfume of that oil, no one of them is smell it. No one of them facing a condition about that, but they just grab it as we are just there. I don't know if it's a problem of the president or the government or what, I even don't know. So in this group I found today, this platform is ours as we African. We are suffering a lot of things. Okay? And no one solving us in those cases of what is now facing us in South Sudan or some of the countries like now Nigerian, they're always having a problem. So that problem came from where nobody knows. So I'm here to represent South Sudan or even to talk about that because we are facing a lot of the problem. So I can see before there, Dr. David say a lot of the things, and those are the things which we need to hear because we young people, we are the leaders of this nation later, or of this continent of Africa, because we're still young. And those people who grow like Dr. David, they're supposed to teach us, they're supposed to taught us how we can grow later if they retired, because they're almost to be retired. Many of the people later are almost to be retired. And we younger people, we are the one who going to raise this nation or this continent later to be the good or to be the best continent, or otherwise we can be united to be one African, like USA. Yeah. So I even don't know
You
what
see,
we young
that
people
is
going to do.
very, you see, that is very good. I'm an elder, and that's why I allowed you to speak. You have very good points. You have made very good points. And this is the platform for you to make it very clear that the leaders in South Sudan have let you down. The oil has been taken by Chinese, by French, by some other agencies. They sell the oil on a daily basis. It goes to Port Sudan for export. What do you
Yes,
get
yes.
out of it? And this is the platform for you to make it clear, because some of these leaders come here and they are listening quietly. They don't show their faces here, but they listen to your opinion. I am very happy with you. That's why I did not want to drop you out of the platform. Thank you very much. Now listen to more people. Then
Thank you,
I'll
Doctor.
come back to you later.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank
Thank
you
you
for
very
welcoming
much.
me.
Thank you
Thank you. I
very much,
appreciate that.
my brother.
I,
Thank you.
I appreciate.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very democratic on this platform because we want to get knowledge. There's plenty of knowledge here. I want now to bring my brother from Nigeria or from Biafra, Mr. Onitaset. How are you, sir?
Okay. Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. I just wanted to, address the title. Is oil a curse in Africa? I don't think I think that oil meets energy needs that we have, and my trips around Africa have been such that I know that we're using cars, we're using airplanes, we're using energy, and really energy needs to be spread more so. I think what we as Africans have to start concentrating on more is refining oil, for ourselves, kind of like Dangote is doing in Nigeria. But I personally wouldn't look at anything as a curse or a blessing. I don't look at things like curses or blessings. I look at things as whether it's an advantage or a disadvantage. And the reality that all of us are using cars and all of us need to go from one place to another because Africa is huge. It's a continent that's larger than America and Western Europe and China put together. We have to by my standard, I'd say that we have to not just have resources, but have to be resourceful. And one of the things that we understand too is that being resourceless, right, didn't stop anybody from being colonized. Much of the world was colonized despite having resources, including, and besides not having resources, including a lot of Asian countries like Japan and so forth, right? So I would say that as African people, and particularly, all of us should contribute to expanding our education, whether that's in the regular school systems or the universities, or even our political education through political parties and so forth. And we have to really concentrate ourselves. But I would not say that oil is a curse, even though there's a lot of violence around it. I would say, no, it's an advantage, because that means that if we as African people get a hold of our countries and a hold of our nations, we can be the biggest, most powerful, nation on the planet. But we really have to refocus our priorities. And I would say not just have resources, but be resourceful as well. And thank you. I appreciate your time.
And Dr. Dave, I'm going to add one point, if you allow me. One point
yeah,
that
but wait
picked
first.
up.
Let me thank the speaker, please. Thank you very much, sir, for raising those points. And as my co-host will be making an expansion on some of the points, the point we were trying to bring in is almost every country, we understand it is oil, you use it for cars, we fuel our cars and so on and so on. But we have a problem that almost all the countries where oil is, Cameroon, look at Cameroon, there's a conflict. Look at Nigeria, there is a conflict in the north and the south. Biafra, people want to go, they want a referendum. Look at Chad, there is killing, they even killed the president. Look at Libya. Libya, they killed Muammar Gaddafi. The nations are, the oil, everybody is taking it. Tankers and the tankers are coming into on the coast of Mediterranean Sea in Tripoli and other ports, taking oil. This is why I brought this question. Is it a curse? It is good, yes, we use it, but is it a curse? It has every country that has oil. You'll hear the story from Uganda. And I'm happy that I have Mr. Kankwanza and Mr. Bakwate here. I think they are on the platform, Bakwete and Kankwanza. These are Ugandans who have knowledge, who have information on oil, and they know what goes on in Uganda. You saw very well people going to petition the European Union that the pipeline from Hoima up to Mwanza, the port of Mwanza to Tanga should not be dug because it is spoiling environment. So when did we know that the environment was necessary in that area? When did we know? Is it being used as a tool to destabilize Africa? So, Mr. Kunai, take the cue and make your expand the queue. Then we your point, then we go to another. The next person is Mr. Goodman from Biafra.
Greatly
If you don't have a
appreciate it,
point.
and greatly appreciate it. I'm gonna sum it up. I'm gonna shorten my and what I've just picked up. Firstly, I'm glad that brother Shaw from Shaw, who was speaking from South Sudan, had the opportunity at Dr. David's platform to express his opinion regarding if oil is a curse or a blessing in his country of South Sudan. I'm glad that he had the voice to speak here. Coming back to Oni Tasset, my brother here, and I do agree with him on one point, which is crude oil can be made into so many different products, and African nations need to develop this and to make this, to get these different products, whether it's diesel, whether it's petroleum, whether it's whatever you can make out of crude. I agree with that. But what I slightly disagree on one point is that Dr. David is that if oil was a blessing in Africa, shouldn't it be visible in our infrastructure, in our ports, in our social housing, in our every sector? Shouldn't it be visible like it's visible in other countries that have utilized their God-given oil resources and transformed it and providing free social housing and everything else to their people? Just one point. If it was a blessing, shouldn't it be visible? Thank you, Dr. David. I'll give you back the mic.
Dr. David, you forgot about me. I've been here. That's a talking place.
The what?
This is Paul. I've been here. You said we talked before some people, but more than 4 people talks. I'm still waiting. Thank you.
Who is that?
Paul Ezi. You called his name early on, but he didn't get the opportunity. Can you guys hear Dr. David?
Kunai.
Nope. No, we can't hear him.
Kunai. Kunai. I think Kunai, you have.
Yes,
You
Dr.
have
David.
drop first. Done. Do you hear me?
Nope.
Goodman,
Okay.
can you take the microphone now?
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. David. And I greet you so much. I really appreciate your spirit of uniting Africa, making Africa great. It is a wonderful platform that you have been running, and we are proud of you. We Biafrans are solidly behind your activities in making sure that Africa is great again. We have all it takes to make Africa great again. The colonialists, by proxy, still trying to run Africa. In many ways, we have to stop them. They have been the one instigating violence in all African regions in order to be following the back door, taking away our resources without developing Africa. It is their greedy methodology that they have over time mastered. And what they do is they look for the few people that are greedy among the African leaders, empower them with some support, empower them with some monies in order to raise some militias to terrorize region that has the mineral resources, so that they will keep on causing violence instead of bringing development to those areas. Now, what we need to do, the blessings of Africa is the mineral resources, but the Europeans are not happy about it because Africa is only a place that they are surviving from. And if Africa should be allowed to be developed and run in an independent continent, devoid of European affairs, devoid of European manipulations, they will suffer. So they don't want to suffer. So in other words, instead of them to suffer, they are bringing the war into Africa, creating war where there shouldn't be war in first place. And that is why we have to stand our ground.
Now come down again. Come down.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. David. I can hear you, Dr. David.
Okay. Can I go on, sir? Good and good, still speaking.
Yeah, go on.
Okay. Now. Okay. Now, what we need, the oil in Africa is a blessing, but however, the colonialists, those slave masters, still trying to turn it to a curse, but God will not allow them, because together, we Africans, we join hands together and make Africa great. Now, oil was found in 1956 in Biafra land, currently called Nigeria. Prior to that time, the region was peaceful and striving for development. But what did they do? The Britain then have to look around that. Hence, they are unable to control the Biafrans. They have to control the Biafrans by proxy, by aligning to the northern Nigeria. So they pick the leaders, some leaders from northern Nigeria, and start empowering them financially in order to raise up some militias that will be start terrorizing the Biafrans and ensure that the Biafrans do not grow above their control. And that is why Biafrans now have stood their ground, that enough is enough. We have had this enough, they have killed us enough, and we are pulling out. We have not anything in common with them. No culture affiliation. In tribe, we are not affiliated with them. In terms of academics, the Biafrans are well knowledgeable and well advanced, lovable people. And because of this, we can't keep on being subjugated by these people. So it is time for us to move on and build our own nation where other Africans can tap love from, where other Africans can reach love, and also, you know, we can help one another in developing, in times of academics, in times of military power, in times of social development and architectural wise. These are things that we are vying for. We have a human heart. The Biafrans don't terrorize others, but rather the Britain have empowered people from other regions, the northern regions, to keep on terrorizing the Biafrans. And we have had enough of them. This year, we have decided that we are pulling out and no one can stop us. Africa, arise and stand by Biafrans. Biafran is your brother. Biafrans are your brothers. Stand by us and let us make Africa great again. Thank you so much. Biafran love Africa. Biafra, here we come. God bless you all.
Okay. As I told you, everywhere where there is oil, there is some tension. I was not wrong, and I will never be wrong. My political history and the political science that I studied will never lie to me. Look at all countries across Africa, and I welcome Comrade Wandera. I can see you down here. Thank you very much, sir, for putting in your ear to listen I welcome Professor, my sister from Zimbabwe. Feel free, this is your platform, and all the time, make your contribution the way you want. I welcome everybody on this platform today to discuss Africa. Africa is our problem. You, especially you, the younger generation. For me, I am going towards sunset. I was reading a Bible this morning. I looked at Matthew chapter 10, verse 14. And it said, and it says, that when you go to some place and you preach, you try to give advice, preach and tell them that there is a problem, and they don't listen. God commanded, or Jesus commanded his disciples, that don't waste time there. Carry your dust, don't shake it. Just take your dust, clean your shoes, carry them, go away. Do we need to go away from Africa? Do we need to fight Africa? Do we need to leave it for other people? Do we need to leave Africa look like South Sudan, the way people want even to start fighting now? Do we leave Africa look like a Biafra, where my brother has just said, where a third producing country in the world, but they don't have petrol at petrol stations, at the petrol garages? No petrol. People have queued from morning up to evening, no petrol. And yet there is crude oil that is produced every day being pumped out of Nigeria. Is this the Africa we want? Let me bring in more people. Have talked. I'm now looking for Paul. No, not Paul. Paul, hold it.
Okay.
Okay, Paul, go Bakwate from Uganda. I have got Paul. Why I wanted to have a mixed, a hybrid. Nigeria, the people from Biafra have talked, and from that country called Nigeria, political country Nigeria, at least 3 of you have spoken. Let's look at another country outside Nigeria. We have heard South Sudan has talked. Thank you very much, Mr. Lamo. Let me hear from this man from Uganda called Bakwate. You have your hand up, Bakwate. You have the microphone. Then Paul next. Then I bring in Farade Aze. Then I come back to Charles. Then we make it round number 1, done. Then if you people come down, I bring another set of speakers. Thank you very much, Bakwate.
Thank you so, Mr. Doctor. Thank you so much. And my brothers on this panel. It is a very good topic. And actually, you see, in the past when we could hear about oil, what could come into our minds was economic development. We could think about being like the developed countries, like America. You could think of many things as in the course of economic development. But today, abundant evidence is available to show that most developing countries that have these natural resources in and outside Africa are more prone to corruption, are more prone to bad governance, are more prone to civil strife and cross-border conflicts. For example, Chad, you have been giving us Chad, you have been giving us Angola, you have been giving us Niger, and our neighbor here, Sudan, you see, DRC. In fact, these natural resources have been used by these dictators to get resources of keeping them in power. You see, now the politics of Africa is all about money. So they are gathering these resources to keep them in power. Now, when they have money, they know that they have everything. When they have oil, they have everything. This is quoted like here in Uganda, where our leader was saying, it is my oil. You have been talking of this construction of the pipeline. I'm sorry to say, but as I'm on the Albertine region, I'm from the Albertine region, but it was a fight between two elephants. It was the big powers fighting. This one, let me take it. The other one, let me take it. So these natural resources is a tool for these dictators in all African countries. I'm not going to say Uganda only, but in all these African countries which have these resources, which have oil, they are using it as a tool, as their family, as their how can I say, as their tool.
Talk about Equatorial Guinea also.
Yes. Pardon, doctor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you. We can hear you. Go on.
When you talked of Uganda, then a problem arose. I think Bakwate, are you there now?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, but your internet is not good. You are being, there's somebody following you. So you better speak and finish before it collapses our entire platform.
Thank you so much. But I was saying that the Uganda, the oil could have been good if, or in these countries, it could not have been a case if the people, the common people, are provided with the information, the accountability. But the information is kept with the minority. The few people are the ones with the information, because they have something, they have to use it for their personal, not for the use of the majority. But the only solution to all of us is one. Like how we had yesterday, we were talking, it is all of us to stand and fight for ourselves. This is, I can quote in 2007 when Mavira was going to be given out, people stood up. They fought for Mavira Forest Reserve, and now it is still standing. So we need also to ask for the accountability of our resources from these governments. We need to ask them the accountability. We have to know the information, how the resources are being used. And again, we need to know, we need to study, not getting people from outside. We need to know how we can use our resources. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doctor. Let me give others to go on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. if you can mute your phone. Mute your phone, please. Bakwate.
Is it me, Doctor? Did you say me?
No, I'm bringing you in next, but before I bring you next, there's Charles. There's Paul, sorry, Paul, then Charles, then Panda, then now Bakwate. If you can come down and give space to, there are some people waiting down here, then you can come back. You have made very good points. The proceeds of this oil goes to individuals. It does not go to the people. The people are poor. In Nigeria, people are poor. People sleep on water. People use canoes to enter into their doors. How can you sleep on water? Have you seen what is in Lagos? Then somebody tells me that there was an election in Lagos. Which election is this in Lagos? Where people sleep on water? Ah, la, 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 la. Ah, la, 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 la. Thank you. Thank you. Farm Media, Farm Link, I'm bringing you
Thank you,
in.
Dr.
Don't worry.
Matanga.
Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Matanga, for the privilege. All protocol observed. In fact, you're a great father. I will say father of Africa. That's what I'm going to give you. You've been doing a great job for Africa. I really appreciate your effort. You know, like is oil is the cause in Africa? The answer is no, oil is not a cause. The problem we have in Africa is the cartel. You know, the colonial master, when they left, like let's say, take Nigeria for instance, before they left Nigeria, they say, okay, let me establish a government for you. And they use their proxy, one ethnic group from Nigeria. They just use them, give them power, hand them over. They are now using them to control whatever thing that is going on in Nigeria. There is one thing that is going on currently in Nigeria right now as we speak. Biafran land are being bombarded for over 100 hours now. But they will not say that's a silent war going on, ethnic cleansing with a Tucano jet. America say it's only to fight a Boko Haram. But they are using it to fight our people as we speak for more than 100 hours now. I believe the thing started on Friday. But you will never hear it from the news because they wanted the natural resources from Biafra land. But the question is this: oil is not only the problem we have in that place. California, a gram is about $27 million. They are taking it from Borno State. Who are the people taking this oil? That's number one question. This California, who are the people taking the gold from Zamfara State? Who are the people taking the stuff they use for battery, to use a solar panel and the battery? I think I forgot what they call it. They are taking this natural resource. It's not account to Nigerians or Nigerian government, no. So the cartel are the one controlling these things. The reason why I'm saying this is that we are based on the oil, okay? While we have other natural resources that are bringing money, they are not accounting for anybody. We are in a country where the president
I think we're having a little bit of a connection issue from your side, Doc.
Okay, you. You support it from Nairobi link now.
It was Charles.
Anytime.
I think, Charles, you are the one coming up next.
Charles.
Yes, thank you. So I can continue with my submission. Earlier on, I was looking at this topic, considering the government systems that we have in the world as examples of success in managing crude oil as a national resource. And I mentioned Western countries, Middle Eastern countries, that we have seen largely managing successfully crude oil as a national resources. I mentioned the United States, Russia, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, which cannot be said not only in Africa as a disadvantage or a curse, as it were. We also have a country like Venezuela, which we see is also struggling, yet it is considered the biggest oil reserve in the world, if my facts are right. So now, when we go back to Africa, we want to look at the governance system. Our leaders, for the most part, on the continent are well-meaning. But the problem now that we have in most African countries is we have witnessed the development of a patronage system whereby people underneath our national leadership have become bootlickers or cheerleaders only. So I'm looking at people who are in our governance structures, such as our parliaments. They've just become slogan chanters, devoid of ideological clarity or an understanding of the resources that we have as a nation. And the same applies in ruling parties and in the opposition. And then, of course, there's been an over-concentration on the so-called human rights aspect of politics in Africa, which ignores the issue of our natural resources. So when we look at oil in Nigeria, for example, in Zimbabwe, oil was discovered in 2018. Is it not a human right? When we talk of human rights in African countries, most of the time, we are talking about the freedom of expression, things like that, the freedom to assemble. But very often do you hear of the human right to our natural resources? You rarely hear from a political party addressing this issue of crude oil as a human right. And neither will you hear from external forces that crude oil in Nigeria is a human right. Therefore, any political party, leader, or leadership should ensure that crude oil benefits the people of Nigeria.
Just a minute, Charles. Charles, hold on a minute.
Thank you.
When you are on this platform, all of you, avoid using Bluetooth. Please, when your phone is on Bluetooth, you'll be picking almost everybody. That's why we are having, I was told by high technical guy in the world, and those who want to hold platforms, when you come to use this, use remove Bluetooth kabisa from your phone so that it does not search for any other network when you are on Twitter space. That is information knowledge free for you. Thank you very much. Proceed. You will see we shall be stable if all of you switch off your Bluetooth, because you can get your information by tagging each other. Don't just snoop and pick information from numbers through Bluetooth. That's why we're having a problem. Thank you. Proceed, Charles, and land the mic in 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Matsanga. So just like what Dr. Matsanga has said, that we should mute our Bluetooth, let me hasten to say, as African political leaders, let's mute the external voice that is coming in to tell us how to manage our human rights situation. Because we know the human rights that we want to address as Africans or as Zimbabweans in particular. It is the economic rights. That is what we need to address. And as such, the problem lies with our current governance structures, such as our parliaments. In Zimbabwe, for example, we need a robust legislative assembly which pays attention to economic rights of Zimbabweans. The issue of oil in Muzarabani, or the northeastern part of Zimbabwe, is a national issue that should be addressed in a cohesive manner, where our parliamentarians, our politicians interrogate the advantages of using Invictus, for example, from Australia, as a company which can do drilling of
Dr. Matsanga is dropped. Dr. Matsanga, Charles is dropped.
Who was to come up next? Can take the mic.
It is me.
Pandare, all right, Pandare.
Yeah, the question, I find it very problematic here when Africans come up and say, "Oh, what are the uses of oil?" And and gas. It means we have all these minerals that we have in our country. Sorry, I was just in the middle of accepting a co-host from Dr. Matsanga. Thank you for the order, Dr. Matsanga. So I find it very problematic. The question should be, right? Does Africa as a whole understand what we need in order for us to process this crude oil and make products out of it? As a whole, we have countries right now that are blessed with oil. Why does oil need to go to America first? Why does crude oil need to go to
Is it me alone who is not getting the speaker?
I think we've lost Pandare. As we wait for him to come back, he's requested to come back in. Let me see if we can get him back. I think we've lost Pandare. As we wait for him to come back. Pandare, are you getting us?
Yes, I'm back now.
Yes, I'm back now.
All right. Go on.
Is it me alone who's not getting the speaker, or it's everyone?
The oil companies. The oil companies don't want us.
Doc, your network is not good. Mr. Pandare was talking, but I think he's dropped again. We can probably go on to the next speaker as we wait for him to come back in. Charles, go on. Charles has also dropped. Seems you're also having a network issue with him. Doc, can you hear us? Unfortunately, we are not able to hear you from our end, Doc. Doc, we cannot hear you. Charles, unless you're not getting us, then we can move on to the next speaker, which should be Faraday. Charles, can you hear us? You can take the mic. Doc, we're still having issues. Can you play some music, please? Okay. All right.
Some music from
all
your
right. Let's take
loudspeakers
coming out. Can you play some music? Drop down from the platform, please.
Yeah, now we can get you, Doc. We can hear you.
Pande,
please.
Clear your line
Before you come to my platform.
Because your line is being
followed by either your intelligence system in your country,
and it brings quite. Play some music to stabilize the platform. Play the music. It is your your phone that had the link. If you are using earphones, earphones that are Bluetooth, this is where we are getting all this. Most of you are driving. Most of you have Bluetooth. So Bluetooth goes to mix up the whole thing. It reaches a point after 1 hour or 2 hours of the show. It all mixes up and it starts making. That guy is calling me, and yet I'm talking. Thank you very much. Michael, can you take us through this? This is a very good topic, but the oil companies are sabotaging it, I think, from somewhere in Paris. But we shall, we have made a headway. Thank you very much. I can see Aunt Rose here. I can see Matovu. I can see Matovu. Thank you very much for the good work we do. Eric, today you are quiet. Cecil, you are quiet. I can see you, Jose Otto Manasseh from Denmark. You are quiet. I can see very many people here. Carol, all of you, thank you very much who have joined me. This is Matanga Twitter Space, the struggle for a better Africa. Now, we have had very many speakers, and most of the speakers have expressed their feelings about the oil. Is it a curse? It is a curse. Some have said it's a curse. Some have said no, it is a, one or two people have said it's a blessing because we use it for so many ways. But if you are using it and the owners of the oil, where the land is, are not benefiting. In South Sudan, for example, some people are hungry, yet oil is being drilled every day. The fumes are going up in the air. Is it worth it? Is it worth mentioning? Michael, take us through this.
Dr. Matsanga, I stopped using this account because the CIA and everybody intelligence was after it. Then I put it and I went to Padare. Now it looks like they are not stopping again. So I don't know what to do, Dr. Matsanga. They seem to be interested in this young African mind. But we are here for just for today. I come here.
Are you Michael? Are you the same one, Pandare?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes,
it
I am
is you they are
Padare.
following, and you are the one causing the problems because
Yes,
it is
yes,
either
yes.
being followed from your systems. But anyhow, make your point quickly, please.
Yes, the point is, I was saying earlier on, I think we as Africans, we still have to really learn to use our own resources. You know, we cannot say for all these years, African Nigerian oil is being extracted, going to America. It goes to America, it's sold in America, then it comes back in some form into our African lands. It's scandalous. Just that setup itself, it's scandalous. You know, South Sudan, their oil, you know, it was all about oil when the British and the Americans went into that place and in the exchange of the independence. We know very well that it was never about the peaceful nation. It was never about the people of South Sudan. We know it was about the oil companies that are within this space. But how can Africa innovate from this poverty? Because we have to understand our own poverties. You know, our resources have to answer to the many poverties we have. And this is the failing point where Africa as it is, as we stand. You know, one person once said, Samora Machel said, we have to destroy a tribe in order to build a nation. So perhaps maybe this is what we Africans have to look at and say, we have got some billionaires now, you know, who are within this space. Can they not come up, because it's so not easy for governments to actually fund this, but we know very well people with money can fund the extraction and processing of oil. Perhaps maybe in the countries where oil is, I think because African nation really has let us down, but how can we have a conversation with our own people in order to produce oil that is used within the African lines, oil that is going to benefit Africa in itself. Perhaps if we find that value in that oil and understand to why minerals have to remain and be processed for Africa and African uses, perhaps maybe we will be finding solutions to the many poverties we have. I hear there's a gentleman who says there is Californium in Nigeria. There's no, you don't find that. We know very well from intelligence and that that there is uranium. Yes, there is uranium in the north of Nigeria, and it is used for nuclear systems. The Russians are after that. The Americans are also after that. So, again, there's oil in that place. So peace will never come into those lands at a very cheap position. But what we need to be talking to is our ability to understand those poverties as African children and create systems that are going to benefit us as we move forward. It's a sad story to hear that an African country produces the day-to-day gold, the black gold, but yet people sleep with no electricity or water facilities in that land. For those that have been to South Sudan, I do, Lama, you could agree with me. Your country is in, it's in sheer poverty. We traveled in that land with the British military. We had really understood that the mission that there is. Just getting to South Sudan, the logistics of it's pretty crazy for those that have traveled to this land. But how do we reverse this? We have to reverse this by actually understanding our own poverties. And Dr. Matsanga, you need to be one day do a topic of African poverties. What is our poverty? And how do we alleviate these poverties? Perhaps maybe with that education, you can empower the African child to understand that they do have the resources that can alleviate those poverties instead of waiting for donor money and donor systems and weapon systems to kill each other, like what happens in Nigeria in exchange of oil. The same thing is happening in Saudi Arabia. Libya, when Libya happened, the children of Libya, they wanted independence. Independence from what? Independence from what? Freedom from what? Now, as we look at Libya now, look at what Libya has done. That oil is tainted, that Libyan gold was tainted to something. But now what has it become of? Libya has become the place where slavery comes from. They've reinvented slavery in Libya. It is that place where we have reinvented slavery back in slavery. We have taken years back because we refuse to accept our own systems and cry for a democracy that we don't understand. I think our minds and the education that we have pushes us to think that we are beneath and we don't deserve time to grow and catch up with these foreign nations. Dr. Matsanga, I shall leave because this account does not need to stay very long on the platform, but I will come back with Padare. But it's been kicked off, but I will come back somewhere, somehow. Many thanks.
You can see my system can tell me where the trouble is coming from. And I was right, but it's okay. Thank you very much. I welcome Alice Katawa. Thank you very much from Uganda.
I had to break silence just for you, Dr. Matsanga. Let Badari go. I will be back soon.
Okay. Is it,
Dr.
Matsanga, the same one, Ali
thank
Sekatawa?
You. Yes, Ali Sekatawa. Mine
from
is
Uganda. Can you give us your perspective from Uganda's point of view with oil? What is going on? The discovery, the stability, is there tension? Are there people apprehensive? The compensation. What is going on? The pipeline. Most of these countries in Africa.
Thank you.
You see, when it comes to Uganda, they are coming for you. Thank you. Go ahead, Sekatawa.
Okay. Good evening to everyone. First is from Uganda. For us, it is optimism because, as you know, we discovered oil and gas resources here in Uganda. Tanzania has also discovered gas. Mozambique, Kenya has some reserves. DRC has some. And for us as new producers, we are very optimistic that this oil and gas is going to be a blessing. We note that statistically, even in Africa, despite the narratives I have had, the best 10 performing economies in Africa are all economies that produce natural gas and oil. You can say all you want to say about Nigeria, but I think it's the second largest economy now in Africa, again following South Africa. Both of them are fundamentally oil and gas provinces. The other parts of Africa, the North Africa, Algeria, Egypt, Tunisia, are all doing very well there in terms of their economies because of their oil and gas resources. And as you know, with the Ukraine war, the dynamics have changed. There are pipelines now being constructed to make sure that Africa can be able to supply more gas to Europe. So I take a very positive view that despite the issues that I have had here, my converse to you is, do you think the human rights situation would have been better in Nigeria if they had never discovered oil? Would Nigeria be poorer, or richer without oil? I think the point is that we must start from a bottom line, that this is a natural resource that is under, and therefore, even if it brings $1 more, that dollar is very important. I have had here people saying that, oh, there's poverty in South Sudan, there's poverty in Nigeria. I have been to the US, and I have seen many homeless people. You go to UK, there are many homeless people. If you look at COVID, for example, Europe and the US and Canada had the highest number of people who were receiving food stamps, who were receiving the weekly payment, which is not this side. Because in Africa, people went to their villages, they didn't receive any money, they continued with their agriculture. When COVID ended, life started. We should not undermine that. So I think for me, Dr. Masanga, I've listened to you for a long time. I think the first thing is what we call mindset change, especially for African intellectuals like Dr. Masanga. You can decide to see the glass as half full, or you can see it as half empty. In my view, you cannot make a case that oil or gas is a curse in Africa when at least it brings the basic minimum across, because the converse is that it remains underground, and then that resource is not accounted for from either macro or micro level. It is true there are issues of governance to be addressed. There are issues of equitable distribution to be addressed. But if you look at South Sudan, for example, where would it be if it did not have that oil? Because if you read now, even payment of public salaries, payment of soldiers' salaries is coming from that resource. So if you start on Twitter and say it's a curse, all you would be saying is that it would rather have been not present, and South Sudan would have been better without it. So my view, Dr. Masanga, is that, yes, please.
Ali Sekatawa.
Yes, please.
I studied political science to the last iota on planet Earth. And I set questions. I mark people who pass exams. The question you see here is not Matanga. The question is a discussion. It is to set a discussion, but not Matanga. But when you come, you go on, you are almost bordering on criminality. Because when
No,
you come,
Dr. Masanga.
No, my friend.
No.
No, wait. I'm a Mugisu and I'm straightforward. We are Bagisu. We don't dance when revolutions come. We wait until we see whether the revolution is good or not. And you know me. My stand is very clear. You cannot degrade me by saying mindset. My mindset is very clear. I set a question for Africa to discuss. And Ali Sekatawa, with due respect of all of it, across Africa, where oil is in the ground or it has been discovered, there's some form of tension, apprehension. Unless you went to school to Budo and stopped outside Budo, and you did not go in the classroom, that you don't see that in Africa, in Libya, there is chaos. In Nigeria itself, there is chaos. In Cameroon, there is chaos. In Chad, they killed even the president. There is chaos. In Sudan, Khartoum, there is chaos. In South Sudan, there is chaos. In Uganda, there is no chaos, but there is chaos of civil society. Going to European Union, if you follow Matanga properly, you'll find that I am one of the few people in Uganda, outside Uganda, in London, who have said Uganda has a right to export its resources. I am not against this. I don't reason cheaply. I want to tell you, I don't reason cheaply that there is when did we see this pipeline causing environmental problem? When? You can't go to European Union to accuse Uganda for doing its oil. No. You at that one I cannot be a party to it, Ali. I'm a different man, a different species, a different opposition leader, and a member of Uganda People's Congress forever and ever. And I'll die that way. When I meet Obote down in the grave, I'll tell him you left him a party. My father left a party. I never changed. I will not be bought to cross. I will stick there. I disagree with President Museveni on a number of things, but I agree with him on things like the oil. If he wants to dig the pipeline, it is our oil. It is our country. Why should France or Total Oil or somebody called a bank in Europe stop Museveni from digging a pipeline where infrastructure, there's railway coming in, there is a road going to be there to run your goods quickly to Manza, and they reach Tanga. Why should somebody stop it? I agree with him on that one. So if you have been looking for me, you can get that gist. I am not this type of, I'm not Besige, I am not Bob Wine. I am a different creature who thinks differently. That I don't want to put sanctions on my country because sanctions will kill my country. I can't go to any international organization and tell people, oh, there is nothing good in Uganda. That would be shameless of me. There are good things in Uganda that have happened and they have taken shape. For example, my mother drinks water from a pipe, a tap at the home. When I left Uganda, my mother was collecting water 2 kilometers away from home. And we have to wake up very early in the morning to collect it at Sekatawa. But now the water is in the house. And that is a development. I can't tell Bazungu there is nothing there. No, not Matanga. My politics is different.
So, Dr.
Because
Matanga.
No, wait first. Let me finish. I'm going to give you time to finish. I brought out a topic. I said, looking at comparatively. Can I speak Museveni English so that you can understand? Comparatively. Because for me, it was J.A. Bright with Museveni. You studied your Ogundipe. You know, for us, we are fighters of old days. Yours was Ogundipe. So for us, we're J.A. Bright. You can ask him. You see, comparatively, across Africa, where oil has been discovered, there is a problem. Kirizagana, agree or not agree? That is there. And we can see, look at, for example, Kenya. In the Turkana area, you have seen Kenya is combing banditry. Where the oil is where the bandits are. So if they don't sweep that banditry, it could be impossible tomorrow. Look at the Delta region of Nigeria. The Delta armed groups. There are armed groups in the Biafra that are fighting because that are even looting the oil. There is chaos there. Let's go. Look at Libya. Gaddafi was killed. France took over Libya. Libya was doing very well. Is that not an African country? Let's go. Let's come to Chad. Idris Deby was assassinated. And yet, a few weeks passed, they discovered huge oil deposits in Chad. They installed the sun. Is that no chaos? Look at Cameroon. Cameroon is a country where Paul Biya, 89 years old, he has been in power for 42 years. And the one part of Cameroon, their guns worse than anywhere you can see. They are fighting, killing each other. The English and the French. Is that not an African country? Let's go. Let's move on. Let's come to, let me show you so that you know that you are talking to a doctor who studied political science and who did it past. Even if you take me to the grave, I'll write and pass. Let's calm down. Mozambique. Mozambique was one of the most beautiful countries. Sekatawa. This country, someone said they have discovered the oil somewhere, and oil, gas, and what? ISIS cropped up in Mozambique. Kagame had to send troops across to Mozambique to remove the bandits and finish, cool down the rebel activities in Cape Delgado. Do you know where Cape Delgado is? If you know the capital city of Mozambique, I don't know. So let me teach you today. Let's come back. Let's come back to Somalia. Indian Ocean. I am one of the people who went to defend Kenya in the International Court of Justice when Somalia claimed the boundary because of the oil blocks. Yes, because I studied international law. I went to The Hague, to ICJ, presented a petition to say these African countries, they can solve their problems back in Africa, but not to fight over Indian Ocean oil blocks. Sir, with due respect, Mukwano Gwangi, Alex Sekatawa, don't you see that everywhere where we smell oil, the last one is Zimbabwe, my great country. You have seen it discovered oil recently, 2018. And everybody is not, there's this, the MDC, Chamisa, the human rights. Have you seen? Everywhere they seem to be bringing this problem of tension. It is a question. It's not that Matanga is focused to say there is a curse. You can discuss the way you have discussed now. And they say, no,
Okay.
there are benefits. Have you now got me clearly, Mr. Ali Sekatawa?
Yes, Dr. Masanga, and I wanted to
And I believe you come from the Sekatawa's clan that used to play football for
Yes,
Express.
yes.
Now listen, for Express, because I was a member of the Express, I suppose Express Football Club. So please,
Yes,
Sekatawa was my great friend. When he came to
yes.
London, I saw him, I welcomed him, he ate food in my house. So please proceed.
Let me
And
finish. So,
maybe, Doctor.
Doctor, I will take a few minutes to finish my 2 points. And I've noted your comments. I wanted to say that you can look at the glass as half empty or half full. You're looking at wars that have happened. I can also read out for you countries like Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi that have been in war since independence but had never discovered oil. Secondly, I can also read out for you the 10 countries. That was my point. In order of GDP, Nigeria, Egypt, South Africa, Algeria, Morocco, Angola, Ethiopia, except Tanzania. I mean Kenya, Tanzania, Ghana, Ivory Coast, all of them, natural resources, oil and gas, in terms of GDP, the richest countries on the continent. So you can look at the glass the other side. My point is that as Africans, we should first of all, we should not entertain anyone, and I'm not saying you, and I agree with you on your disagreement with the EU. We should not entertain anyone who tells us that our oil is a curse and therefore we leave it in the ground, like some of the EU people are doing, when we are seeing America today approved a new pipeline, new drilling in Alaska, in the North Sea, they are drilling, in Canada, they are drilling, and everywhere as a fundamental. The second is that then we agree that having oil or gas is a natural blessing from God, and therefore it must be exploited. And any value gotten out of it is good enough. The third, then we can agree that all of us, intellectuals here, we should work towards an equitable distribution and exploitation and sustainable way of doing, of exploiting that resource. I think those are the 3 points I wanted to make. And lastly, the point of mindset change is really not to you, Doctor. It is to all of us as Africans to make sure that we can look at optimism, look at the best way of how we can exploit this resource. These are the 4 points, Doctor, I wanted to make, and I thank you for hosting me. Thank you very much.
Thank
Ali,
you
can you
very
come?
much,
Ali,
Mr. Thank
Doctor.
you very much, Mr. Ali Sekatawa.
Doctor, can
You
I
know very
request
well
Ali
that
if he
I am
can
the
comment
only.
on the resource cost?
Yeah, who is
Yes,
this
if Ali can
speaking
comment
now?
on the resource cost.
Lamu
In
just
a
made
way,
the point. Wait first. Sekatawa, thank you very much. I am a new breed of politician. I am one of the few people in the opposition since 1985. I'm the oldest member in opposition who calls it a spade a spade. When there were no political parties, I said, Your Excellency, return political parties. You heard my voice on BBC. Sekatawa, you not say you never heard my voice. And I think you are pulled when you saw my name hosting this. You said, let me listen to this guy. I have been consistent. Now, that is the past. We have moved on. But you have never heard Dr. Matanga ever call for sanctions against Uganda, like the Zimbabweans did to their nation. Zimbabwe opposition went and called for sanctions. Changarai and his brothers went and called for sanctions to come and kill their country. I am one of the few people who gives a credit where it is due. When President Museveni has performed, I disagree with him on a number of things, but I said, but Your Excellency, on this one, you are correct. He knows me. We always meet. We have been in Tanzania together. We fought together. We were all soldiers. And for me, I took a different route. I'm Chikosi Malum. He was Foronasa. That is it. And that is where we stand today. But we agree on points. And I say, this point, Your Excellency, you are correct. On security, that one, as far as guarding the borders of Uganda, the president has tried, has done his best. On Pan-Africanism, I agree with President Museveni on almost everything on Pan-Africanism, because he also looks at Pan-African prism like I do. If we change it, this Africa, why should somebody come and tell you that Zimbabwe should not sell its diamonds? When the diamonds are for the people of Zimbabwe, surely. And you tell them, don't sell the diamonds. If we find you with a diamond that came from Zimbabwe, you'll be put on sanctions. Tell people, if we find you having oil, fuel from Russia, we shall put you on sanctions. Alice Sekatawa. Is this the Africa we want? Why should we be told who the friends we should choose? Why? We are human beings. We should choose our friends' freedom of association, assembly, organization, and the choice, above all, is for a universal suffrage position or political stance. Why should we be told you should, if you go and buy oil from Russia, you are in problem with us? These are things I agree with Museveni on a number of things. The rest of the political deficit is politics in Africa. Democracy has not evolved for more than 100 years. The first country in Africa got independence in 1957. That was Ghana. We haven't reached even 70 years of independence. So democracy has pitfalls and the pitfalls. Some of them, human rights abuses, those things do happen. They are happening all over Africa. There's no, for example, you can't tell me, Sekatawa and the viewers on the platform, that Nigeria has 93 million registered voters. If you add those 93 million registered voters, there are 10 countries of Rwanda type, Rwanda, Burundi, Togo, Gabon, South Sudan. Add their few millions. 10 countries, they never voted. 68 million never came out to vote. That's the type of apathy we have in Africa. 68 million people stayed at home. Only 24 million went to the polls and voted for their president. Do you call such a president democratic? Elected? Surely? When 68 million people have stayed home? That is the type of Africa. We are trying to clean Africa, Ali. I agree that some of us look at a glass when it's full, some half. That is the type of democracy. That's why this platform is here for you. And I'm very happy you have been following me. I didn't know you like me. I thought you hated me. But now I've learned you like me. Continue liking me up to Jerusalem. So, Mecca, you go for Mecca, me, I go to Jerusalem. Let's be friends. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ali Sekatawa. Lamu, you have been challenged, and I can bring in I can see my son is here, Farad, who could actually pump some good information. Farad, when you pick the platform, there is Ali Sekatawa here who says we should change our mindsets as Africans. Yes, you are an educationist. Pick up the platform, my son, and
Doctor, not me.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, good evening, everybody.
Farah, you are
Good
coming.
evening.
You are on now.
Yes, I'm Farah from Nigeria. Good evening, everybody. So I listened to Alex Batawa, right? So my take is on
Alice
this.
Katawa.
I love
It's called
Arise
Alice
Katawa.
Katawa.
Arise Katawa. Thanks a lot. So my take in all this is this. I'm listening to this platform for a long time, and I understand that this is what we need to discuss. Oil in Africa is actually a cause, and I would like to say this. I like from the last speaker, just to say that Nigerian GDP is very high because of oil. You get me? Now I want to tell him that the GDP of Nigeria shouldn't have been where it is if there is no oil. Before the discovery of oil, we used to hear about the groundnut pyramid of the northern Nigeria. You get me? We used to hear things like the cocoa of the Yoruba land. You get me? We used to hear things like the palm oil of eastern Nigeria, because right now I'm in Onitsha, eastern Nigeria. But these things are no more heard of because everybody looking for the liquid gold, which is oil. And with the West have looked at it and now sowed a seed of distrust among us because of oil. There is no other place in the world where there is more distrust among themselves than in Africa. Do you know that? Yes, I fully believe that I'm a Biafran, but I don't mean to say that those in the north are wicked or those in the south are wicked. It's just that the West sowed a very big seed of distrust among us. I hope you guys can hear me. The way sowed this distrust among us, and it's affecting all of us. Now listen to me now. Somebody in north no longer see me from the south as a brother. Instead see me as an enemy, because the West is sowing a seed of distrust among us because of the oil. Now if there is no oil, we all will have come together and work like a brother and sister. That's why I say that oil was a cause among us. Are you okay with me now? Now think of it. So we did the last election. Now what did our politician capitalize on? A politician from the north will go and tell the north that the south want to take the whole national cake to themselves. Then the politician from the south will come and tell us that the north want to share the whole take among them. Now somebody somewhere is now fighting for his brother instead of for the national interest because of what? The seed of distrust sowed by the West or not. Now they not sow this seed of distrust on their own because human beings are greedy. They sowed it because they saw oil in our land. If there is no oil in our land, they would have seen it as a wasted land. Now let me give the last speaker some example. Let's look at Japan. Japan has no resources except iron ore. But look at Japan today. Everybody wants to go to Japan. Okay, apart from that, let's look at Israel. Israel came to their land as a desert. And what happened? They decided to work together in that desert. And today it is the most sought after area. Now you are telling me about Saudi Arabia, all those ends. They have mono economy. They have mono ideology. Unlike Africans, we are being pushed together, jump together. We not crave out our own economy, but ourselves by ourselves. Like for instance, now I'm forced to be in Nigeria. People from the southeastern Nigeria, if you ask 90% of us, they will tell you that we are being forced to be called Nigeria. We are not actually want to be Nigerians, but we are forced to be Nigerians because of what? The West bring us together by force. But think of those people in the West that you are calling. They came out together to say this is what we want to practice. That's why Saudi are practicing their monarchic system of government, and they're happy with it. But here, think of the democracy we are practicing not even working. Which system of government work in Africa? Because this is not actually how we are. And why we shouldn't come to table to discuss what we should do is because of what? Oil. So to me, I always see oil as a cause. And I keep on praying to God that I need to green energy to come into play so that oil will be dumped. Then Africa will come back to themselves and then work to themselves. Are we okay with that? Thanks a lot.
Yes, doctor. Maybe my other uh, point that I wanted to give to Ali is that the point we're trying to discuss here is the issue of the resource curse or the paradox of plenty. So we are seeing here that as Africa we are facing a challenge. So instead of as doctor, you use the word comparative. So let's try to really see where are we with this resource? And has it really brought more harm than good? So we will find that really where we are supposed to be with this resource is really where we are not. So we have really to be frank. And he mentioned the issue of South Sudan paying the civil servants. The civil servants have been complaining. There's really a problem with the payment of civil servants in South Sudan. And take the soldiers. One of the issues, the problem we're having in security in South Sudan is because the army are not even being paid well. So, and we have the oil. So we are not really seeing what the oil is doing, but we see just a few people getting enriched by this, and we say we are at another level. So let's really boil it down to the resource curse and the paradox of plenty that us Africans were really facing. That was what I would really say to Ali.
Okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Our time is running fast, but I can see so many hands. Kunai, what is the problem again? I can see Farah, you have talked. Lam, you have talked. Joseph.
Yes, doctor. Yes, doctor.
Okay. Joseph, make your point. Then we have, there are people here who want to talk really. And if you want to talk with, you remember we have only 25 minutes left. And if you want to talk, put up your hand. Is oil a curse in Africa? Look at countries, Libya, Nigeria, Libya, South Sudan, Somalia, Cameroon, Gabon, Chad. All of them are in turmoil. Or tension is building. Somalia, you can see, is it a curse or a blessing? If it is a blessing, give your reasons. If it's a curse, give your reasons. That's how I set the questions, Ali Sekatawa. And as a man who sets exams for others to pass, I wanted to trick a student like you, who would like to add on another master's degree like you, to answer so badly like what you have done. You would have actually failed. So, Ali Sekatawa, thank you very much. Next time, ask for the question, wanted a balance. Balance the question. I am not condemning anybody because of oil. I only wanted to find you another thing which you have discovered. You get your 6 marks there out of 10. You discovered something that I wanted the platform to know. And welcome to my shows all the time, Mr. Sekatawa. I like your argument. And for the first time, someone comes to give sense of hope. Asante sana. Joe, I can see your hand is up.
Yes.
Kunai, yes, go ahead. No, not Kunai, just say Otto.
Yes, doctor. Thank you so much for your work tirelessly for our continent. Doctor, yesterday, I remember I was talking about when we started the war in South Sudan. I want to clarify something for those who are talking about South Sudan. I come from South Sudan in a small village called Pajok, just close to Uganda. Okay, when we were fighting the revolution in South Sudan, there was nothing like oil. Nobody knew there was oil. You see? And those who were supporting the movement, the revolution of the SPLA, was Russia and Cuba. If you go to South Sudan right now, you will find a group called Jess Hammer in Arabic. In English, they call it Red Army. We have Red Army in South Sudan. So Russia and Cuba supported South Sudan for that long time. And then after that, there is a company in Canada called Talisman Energy. They came and discovered oil in South Sudan, actually in Bentiu. And then Then the superpower looked like that. Okay, there is oil in South Sudan. Then they started like, okay, we are now going to support this movement. They did not want to support the movement before, you know. Then they started supporting the movement. And before I go so fast, I was actually very angry with South Sudanese when we were celebrating the first time we got our independence. They did not invite the president of Cuba. They did not invite somebody from Russia to come and witness this the separation. And yet these are the people who supported us when there was no oil. Nobody knew there was oil. After that, Americans, the superpowers came, and because there was oil, you know. So they came there. And then until we got our independence, just 1 year, not even 2 years, because this war that started later, it was after 2 years. Just 1 year before that, Americans came to the president after separation, after 2011. That because that pipeline, which is taking oil from South Sudan to Port Sudan, is managed by China. The contract was in China, by China. And then they started saying, okay, now you have to chase China away. You give us the contract. China should go away. Then the administration, the government said, no, it's okay. We know you also supported us, but can you please give us some time? It's only 2 years. Then they became angry. Doctor, you have been looking for the root cause of the war in South Sudan. I want you to add this one on the root cause. So when they were refused, when they were told that you have to wait, we are not giving you this contract right now, they got angry. Then what happened? They started creating war in South Sudan. You know? And loggerhead with the vice president and the president like this. Sometimes they could even go and interview the vice president in his house instead of coming to interview the president. And this is where the quarrel started. You know, they go to Riek Machar's house, and then they were adding this thing. They said, "Oh, this guy studied outside abroad," and then Salva Kiir did not study anywhere, and therefore they have started creating difference between these people, and these people started fighting. The fact that the root cause of the war was political because within the SPLMA, but also the foreign force was there. Because they were told, we are not giving you this contract right now. We shall give you in bits. If you want us to chase China away, they will go. But let us settle. It's only 2 years independence. You know, that was the root cause in South Sudan. So oil itself is a problem. I was talking about the sweet potatoes yesterday to you. We only knew sweet potatoes, the diggers, the way they were drinking their milk, and then we were also eating our cassava. There was nothing. We were fighting for the real freedom. After fighting for the real freedom, then oil came. What happened then when oil came? It started causing chaos. The strong boys, the strong countries now started knocking our heads in South Sudan. And that is how we went back to fight. Otherwise, nobody was going to fight. Without oil, there wouldn't be a problem. I am in Denmark. Tomorrow, if I go to South Sudan, they will say, oh, he studied abroad, and then we are going to use him. Because they want to use you. You know? To me, actually, I would call it a curse. Oil is a curse. If we got independence 2011 without oil, there wouldn't be a problem. Russia and Cuba supported us before we knew that there was oil in South Sudan. Now that we have got oil in South Sudan, then we have to refuse. Russia should not come, Cuba should not come. You know, the commandos, big commandos who were protecting Dr. John Garang, even in the helicopters. They train in Cuba. They train in Russia. You know? So my bit is actually it is the oil issue that has now spoiled South Sudan. Otherwise, without oil, we would be settled. You know? I respect Dr. Riek Machar so much. I respect General Salva Kiir so much. They fought for us. But somebody came from outside, started knocking their heads. They were fighting for the same thing, for the same freedom, you know? So South Sudan is poor because there was external force, because there is oil. Now there is cement. Now there is gold everywhere, you know? I want to tell Ali Sekatawa that I am very happy with Uganda. I studied in Uganda all my life. That the fact that there is no problem with Uganda, there is still time that they should be taken care of, because foreign forces will always come there in Uganda. They can anywhere. They can knock your heads and then you fight. Everybody will die. Refugees will come from Uganda, even if Ugandans have not been refugees in countries. You know. So oil is a curse. This suffering that South Sudanese are suffering is because of the oil. Foreign forces, they come to everything. We have left those who supported us when we did not have oil, Cuba and Russia. Now America, Norway. Well, I'm sorry to say these things, but these are real facts. Next time you are negotiating peace, doctor, tell them another root cause was the oil, because after independence they wanted to come and take over from China, and that was the issue. That was the quarrel between Dr. Riek Machar and Salva Kiir. They were fighting very well for freedom, and we respect them wherever they go. Even if they die, we still remember them for their work. But somebody came from outside and then knocked their heads, and then that's the whole thing. I think I will stop there, Doctor. Somebody can continue from there.
Thank you very much. Mama Rosie, how are you? We have not had a voice from a lady today. Rose, you have been a humanitarian officer across the globe. You have worked in areas where oil has been dug in plenty, in Iraq, in Afghanistan. You have a quite good experience, Madame Rose. If you could pick the platform, the microphone, and greet people. We have not had any woman speaking today. And I can see Farai, my brother from Surrey in the United Kingdom. The oil is a curse. Why is it the Arab world has used this oil very effectively? They have built kingdoms. They have built empires. They have built cities. They lend us money. When you hear that the Sheikh of Qatar, the Emirate of Dubai, is visiting an African country, the visit smells money because of their oil. But our place, we have a problem. We have a problem, a huge problem. And our huge problem is the money from the oil goes to some other places. Corruption, nepotism, cronyism. People like Equatorial Guinea. I'm shocked that Sekatawa doesn't see Equatorial Guinea at all. He doesn't know that there's a country called Equatorial Guinea, where the father, the son, the uncle, the nephew, they have taken all the oil reserves. And when you look at the ordinary Equatorial Guinean man or woman, they are poor, they are suffering. I've been in Malabo. You find people begging for, so many things happen there. Not that there is no poverty in the first world, Sekatawa, there are people homeless. There are homeless people in the United Kingdom where I am now. They are homeless. You find them sleeping on cardboards. They are there. But even if they are there, they wake up and then when they get money on Friday, if they are paid and someone comes to give them their paycheck, they go and buy sausage and eat and go home. But our people on the continent of Africa are really suffering. Our oil reserves are being, minerals, look at DRC Congo. Most of the people in DRC Congo are not honest people. Most of the fighters are not honest. The neighbors, 9 of them, 9 countries neighboring Congo, none of them can tell you that I give the M23 guns to fight. None, nobody. The rebels themselves, when they come to Nairobi, I've always sat in one of those meetings. I always laugh. I laugh. I said, this is something which is very funny. When you meet these rebels in a city like Mombasa, they are going to shops to buy things as if they have never seen the things before. But they tell lies. They don't tell you who gives them guns. You can't win a war. The Congo is the sick child of Africa all the time, up to now. All 131 rebel groups standing because of minerals. And maybe there's oil. There's also oil on the Albert region. And don't forget that Ali Sekatawa, there's oil in the Albert region, in Semiliki region, across where the ADF are stationed. Yesterday, they killed 14 people in Beni. Is that not war? Is that not? That area has a lot of oil across the Semiliki River, across the Mount Renzori, and down that area. There are 131 rebel groups standing on a territory. What type of Africa is this that we are leaving our children for? To come to what? 131 standing army. Rebel groups, each one has arms that can shoot down small planes that fly low. We have a problem in Africa. And therefore, when we come to this platform, we don't come here to expose our intellectual capacity. We come here to cry and speak with pain. Because in Nigeria, people sleep on top of water. The BBC did a program, and I said, Katawa, I'm shocked. You didn't see that program in Nigeria, where a woman is rowing a canoe, and then stops the canoe near the door, and jumps in the house. How do you sleep in such a house? What about if the water levels come up at night when you are sleeping with children? Atlantic Ocean can swell. There will be nobody there. Shouldn't we talk about these things and say, no, there is a good thing, and because we want to praise, praising is there when somebody has done a very good thing. But get this oil and use it. We are not saying, I don't agree with the European Union stopping anyone to build a pipeline from Hoima up to Mwanza. That one, we can plant trees along if they want. But let Uganda do what it has as it is. It is Uganda's oil. Why do you have powers over it? It is Zimbabwe's diamonds. Why do you have powers over Zimbabwe diamonds? And the people are dying of medicine. They want medicine in the hospitals. Measles, cholera. People are dying of measles, typhoid. Zimbabwe children need $1 to buy those medicines. And you say you have put sanctions. You have not allowed Zimbabwe to sell its diamonds. And what is it that where we live there are human rights abuses everywhere? My son is here. He lives in Canada. Fahad. Every time he tries to speak up, they try to harass him. Is that human rights? They want to silence him because he speaks facts. So let's not, when we come here to speak as Africans, let's speak with passion for our continent. Let's look at our continent as the most painful thing and the only thing we have. You can be in Britain. I've been in Britain for 38 years. Since 1985. I'm here. 38 years. I came here when I was about 29. Look, I'm in Sunset. I must leave a legacy. That's why I created these platforms for my people, for you people, to exchange your views. For Abdel Nasir Ismail to speak up his mind from Somalia or from Kenya. From anybody, Hannah, to speak, you speak up your mind. You see? That's why I created this. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Otto, Manasseh from Denmark. I want to bring somebody who, Kunai, you had a point, and then I want
And I want to wrap up my point in 1 minute, Doctor, if you may, because I've been having a technical issues all day, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And once again, congratulations for holding this space, a much needed space, Dr. David Masanga. But I do recommend that you hold such space regarding is oil a curse in Africa? And I would like you to, I recommend that you hold this space on the weekend as well, this weekend coming up, if possible. And if I may move away from that. And firstly, I want to congratulate and commend what a wonderful job Museveni has done, because every Ugandan that coming here is very well-spoken and well-educated. And it pleases me, the education sector in Uganda. I mean, and maybe I'm not well knowledgeable, but every Ugandan that I meet, I go to a lot of Ugandan spaces, by the way, Dr. David, but it's good to see the education and empowerment in Uganda. If I may move away from that, so I'll say hello to Mr. Ali as well. Very well, you and Ali spoke really well, and I'm glad that you came into an understanding. If I move on to the oil, a curse in Africa, and I wanted to highlight one specific point that affects me as a person, specifically hailing from Somalia. Somalia has not started producing oil yet, but we are in the process. And the current company tasked to to explore oil in Somalia, company called Coastline Exploration, has mentioned that Somalia coastline is one of the last significant offshore exploration opportunities in the world and carries huge potential upside for the both Somali economy and international investors. But the problem here, Mr. David, that I wanted to mention is the lack of transparency, accountability, and public relation that the Somalian government has not focused in terms of informing its citizens what kind of contracts has it gone into with oil companies, what kind of contracts, or as they call it, production sharing agreements. It has not been transparent. Everyone is worried. Everyone's banging their head against the wall. The sheer secrecy of the Somalian government and going into these contracts is astounding, worrying, concerning every Somali person. So basically, we don't know. Apparently, 7 oil blocks has been awarded to this company. We don't know what the terms and conditions are. We don't know what the percentage sharing agreements are. And this is also I'll see it as one of the key contributing factors to future disputes, hostilities between Somalians if the current government does not come straight and bring the agreements into parliament and discuss it and present it transparently to the Somali people and share that information. Tell us what percentage has our government agreed upon. I'm glad the other guys from South Sudan have mentioned their points, and this is my take in terms of oil in Africa. Is it a curse? And it will be a curse, I think, in Somalia if the current administration, led by the President Hassan, does not come transparently and accountability is not on the top of the priority. And we are worried, Dr. David, and I hope with your links and your networks that you raise this matter. Who is in this coastline exploration? I've never heard, no one heard of it. They're not reputable. They're not the Seven Sisters. Who are they? What's their agenda? What do they desire from the Somali people? So I heal my mic at that, and it's very worrying what's to come ahead if things are not transparent, if the agreements have not been brought up, if the agreements have not been brought into the parliament and discussed whether it's good for Somalia or not. Thank you.
So in short, Kunai, you also say because of oil, there is also tension and apprehension in Somalia.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
The
tension.
Mr. Ali Sekatawa, I think you can hear for yourself. There you are. They haven't even filled one liter, but there is already disagreement of agreements signed without the people knowing. Okay, Africa. There's Hannah. Hannah, good evening. You always come late, and you want us to stay longer. Good evening, Hannah.
Good evening, Dr. Thank you very much. Hello to everybody on the platform. Thank you, Anai, for your contributions. Hello to Mr. Aliseki. I am sorry, there is a lot of tension in Somalia, and my apologies. We're dealing with a lot, and I knows that. But yes, I will not call it a curse, but I will call it leadership failure. Because nobody is forcing our leaderships to have dodgy deals with these companies, and nobody's holding them at gunpoint. But the fact is that it's them and their greediness and no consideration for their people. And no consideration for their people, their country, is what is causing this. It's not a curse. We are blessed nations in Africa, but the way we are heading and the way the leadership is doing all this, I don't know, somebody's voice is coming back to me. The way the leadership is handling things is what is causing tensions, and this tension stands into internal turmoils. It turns into what we've seen happening, blood spills in Africa. And it's not only oil; it's all other minerals, and we can see the most poorest countries are the ones who are the most richest in minerals and other natural resources. So is it us that are failing our people? Is it our leaders that are failing us? No transparency, no accountability. So we are cast by leadership. So it's about time that Africa rethinks how they choose their leadership. It's not about the person that relates to you who's sitting on that chair. Believe you me, if you were getting all the services from your leadership, you would not care less who is sitting at that top chair. But the problem is we focus on who is sitting there. Is he related to me? Is he my clan? Is he my tribe? Is he this? And all this we know is the separation and the drum beating. Only there's a hand behind the curtain, but we can choose to ignore the hands behind the curtains. We can choose to collaborate and bring somebody that would work for me and you and everybody else, and be a leader for the ones who have chosen him, elected him, and the ones that have not elected him. But I think the failure is coming from our leadership. And the more we focus on who is sitting at that top chair, and we continue banging the drums about democracy, and then that democracy fails Africa, it turns into a revolution. And that revolution turns into turmoil and bloodsheds. And whilst we forget about progress, building industries, schools, hospitals, all that focus is being shifted from us. Why? Because we're being shoveled on our throat to take a democracy that does not fit Africa. The democracy for Africa is not the democracy for the Western world. Our democracy and their democracy should not be the same. But we're focusing so much on that, and that we forget to focus on development and what do we need and our needs. And we focus on the wants. That is my take. I yield the mic back to you. And thank you, Punchline Africa. Thank you, Mr. Matanga.
Thank you very much, Hannah. I want now the voices of women only. Until let me get 3 voices of women. Anita. Nyakutamba Anita.
Yeah, I would also like to recognize my sister, Rosemary, that I've not seen for ages. I've sent you the mic, Rosemary, if you could accept it kindly.
I have already recognized her. She doesn't want to speak. So, she does not want to speak. Anita. Madam Anita Nyakutamba. Anita.
Hello, everyone. In the name of Jesus Christ. Yes, it's not that I don't want to speak. I was on the road. I just came back to a place where I can now speak. But I don't know if it was my turn. I also return my greatest love to my dear sister, hello, Hannah. I'm not me on.
Okay, Anita, let Anita, you take the mic, then Rose comes in next. Anita Nyakutamba, you take the microphone, please.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. We are listening to you, madam. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello to everyone. I found the topic a bit ongoing. I'm not certain what time you started, but most of the speakers that have come on to
say something. Most of them have come out to blame our leaders and the greed and how they are giving countries. Yes, I agree with this, but first of all, I don't believe that oil is a curse to Africa. I believe it's a blessing, but we have failed to utilize this blessing. And I believe that everyone is to blame. Like, we are all to blame. First of all, we as the ordinary people care about what oil is bringing, what effect it has. They do not even want to know the news of how the oil will impact them. So our leaders, that we, but we as the ordinary people, why aren't we asking out these things? And the people who are trying to say that they are coming out asking how.
Hold on,
Hello.
Anita, hold on. Mr. Goodman, can you mute your telephone, please? You are interfering with the whole system. If you want to get the number of Anita, just ask her. Because I can see you trying to use your Bluetooth. I told you when you come on the platform, please avoid using Bluetooth. It will be picking the whole system. So that's why you will find systems all collapse in the middle of discussion. So please, if you want her number, tag her. You can discuss later or anybody, because you have now connected your line to her line. Good man, my mind from Biafra. What's going on, man? Okay, go ahead, Nyabu.
Okay. So I believe that we should show some interest. Why aren't we showing interest? The people who are showing interest in the things that we have, they are not even here. You see, if you're to come out and do an accountability check of who is interested of what is actually happening to the oil in the country, you realize that the people who are interested are maybe a section of the politicians that believe they will gain something as in the African countries, a section of the first family, then a section of the moguls, the rich people in the country that know from this, that are drilling, and then the people that are out of the country. Then why isn't it that we, the people that are back home, why don't we get interest in these things? Because they affect us. Why is it that we act like if the government gets oil, it's for the government? Yet at the end of the day, when we get oil, everything is going to be changed. That's why you find people come out and start speaking ignorantly about maybe a company drill oil somewhere. Like, people come out, they speak ignorantly, they do not know the extent and the level of the oil being in a country, the extent it will bring, the effects, the extent of the effects it will bring in the country. So we are not at all educated about the oil. Right now, I know there is oil in Uganda, but first of all, we have just been hearing rumors that, oil has been drilled. It has been in the drilling for some good time, but we are not sure. No one is going to come out to clear these things. Even if they come out to clear these things, they do not do it in the most transparent manner. And even us, because we feel we are not concerned, we feel like this is not for us, we do not go further to ask. The people who tend to show that they are actually interested, they probe for a short time and then they later let it go. So you find that the leaders are in wrong. We, the people of the nations, we are in wrong. And then the colonialists, the people that took us over and then they feel like they can think better for us. They come out, they get what they're supposed to get. They leave us disintegrated. They leave us so lost with nothing and back to the zero state as if we had no oil. By the time I came into this conversation, I found the speaker saying that why is it that the Arabs have been able to embrace oil? They have been able to get something out of it. And yet for us Africans, we haven't. Because they are interested. They are interested with what is happening in their continent, with what is happening in their country. But we are not interested at all. At all. Right now, if you stand on any of the streets, probably in our nation, and you asked people, ordinary people, do you know where oil is being drilled? Do you know how long it's going to take? Do you know which company is doing this? Where the tunnels are passing? Do you know the impact? If we are to gather such information, the people that know of all this, it is a very small percentage. And even the small percentage that knows of what is happening, they know very little, very, very little, because they feel like it's none of their concern. It does not bother them. Then,
Anita, if I might just interject
Let
you.
her finish.
No, I just want to ask you a question. Hold on. Before she concludes, you say the people are ignorant. The people are the ones who were not interested. They're the ones who also have part to blame. Now, if I may ask you this, when you have a government that is running, there's checks and balances which are there. There's something that is called a constitution that is to protect me and you as a citizen of that country. And that is the fundamental reason why we have constitutions, to separate the power, not to concentrate the power, and to protect the ordinary citizen. Now, if we come back to the legislative sections, these things are supposed to be there in the public domain. It's supposed to be talked in the parliament, published. The area that the oil is going to be drilled, actually those people have the right to be consulted, to be told, and the people who are their leaders, and it has to be a public consultation, public information, and all that is not being followed. So how can you blame the people if the governments are not following the procedures that are there on the on paper?
I actually believe these procedures are being followed. Why? The government does not follow these procedures in the manner that we would want, but they are being followed, but in a form of I don't want to say illegally, but these procedures are being done. They are being followed, but in a very secretive manner. This knowledge is there, but it is hidden. This knowledge is out there. When you look for it, you find it. But what the people who are involved, what the people who have this knowledge do is because they know at the back of their mind that if people get to know what is actually happening, if people actually get interest of what is actually happening, then they will be exposed and then things will change. So the first biggest problem is that when they realize that you are not willing or you do not have the interest in this knowledge or you do not want to be part of this, they come and they find a way of making this knowledge available yet secretive. Because these things, when they are happening, I do not know about other nations because I am trying to relate with my country. They come out. They give information in detail. But now, when they give this information, they do not give you the exposure that you need. They give you the little knowledge that you require to let's say, if you're having an engagement, to say that, yes, actually we have oil in our country. It's maybe in this region. That is the knowledge you'll have. But you do not have the most important knowledge, the real thing. You do not have that real knowledge, and unless you actually get the interest of what is actually happening, what is really happening in this region, because we keep hearing rumors. Once in a while, we shall have leaders. Usually in my country, it is the opposition. They will come out and they'll be like, well, this and this is happening, it's being hidden, this and this and this and this. We shall have those scenarios come out and they expose what is actually happening. But even when it is exposed, my nation, my people of my country have a tendency of, if the information is exposed, they probe a little, probably for a week, then they lose interest. Like they lose interest completely. And also, like, I do not know how leaders have to do this, but
Sorry, we lost you there. We lost you there.
I'm saying that as ordinary people, as people living on a day-to-day life, we should.
Sorry, we are having a few technicalities. Again, someone has come in who a platform which is not stable. People have left on their Bluetooth, so we are having a problem. Don't worry, but we shall finish. One of the speakers that I had wanted to bring up here are the Rose, Zeli, and Fahad. And Zeli, make your point, then Fahad, then Rose. And Anita, thank you very much. Although we...
Doctor, please, sir, really quick, I beg your pardon,
Yes.
sir. I sent you a DM. Probably you have not seen it. I beg your pardon. I want to quickly make a submission before the person I'm trying to target leaves the space.
The person you are targeting is
Okay.
Ali Sekatawa.
Yes.
Ali Sekatawa
Yes.
is a...
Ali Sekatawa.
Ali
So
Sekatawa is a
I want to...
Ugandan official. So he speaks his
Yes.
mind as a Ugandan. Unless you want to target him on some other issues, but I think he didn't. He put it later on that he was meaning the mindset of Africa. No, I think, he can't manage an argument with me, even if we go for 200 hours. So
Yes.
at times we leave it there. Ali Sekatawa is a younger friend of ours. So we know Sekatawa, who used to play for my football team in the 80s. So
Interesting.
don't worry about him. Okay. And let's get
I
new
just
people.
want to...
We are running out of time. And you have spoken.
Yes, Doctor,
already.
it's just a really quick, because
let me give chance to some people who have not spoken, please.
All right, sir. Thank you.
I'll give you chance finally. Zeli, just make your points.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Masanga, Hannah and Radio, and everybody else. I was listening to Kunai and also to Anita. I really like the idea they are coming up with, which is transparency of the government. And I put it in the general bubble, my tweet on that. And if Dr. Masanga allows, I would like to put it up on the Jumbotron, which is as the people should take more action. We should assemble in online, just like we do now, and ask the government just like specific questions. Not, when we want transparency, if we just ask for transparency, it might be confusing. but we should have, a document written out. We would like to know such and such a thing. We want to see the contract, just each country being specific about it. And if those in the Congo ask their own government, if the government might target them, so it may not be safe. The same thing with Somalia, with every other country. So what we should do, just like you have people from all countries in this platform, if we are all from different countries with the same, whatever the interest group is, if it's about petroleum, if it's about cobalt or minerals in general, or other things, building of roads, whatever our interests is, if we assemble from different countries and ask the question, the people from that country alone are not going to be targeted, because there will be many of us, there will be 100,000 of us asking, we want to see who's doing the mining, and we want to know how much of that money is going to the people. Can you please post this there? And if we have a structured way of asking that, I think, our elected leaders have no other choice but to respond to the request. And also, when you hold the spaces, maybe if you encourage that kind of thing, I think our leaders would respond, because there's no way they can't respond if we take action. So, thank you. May I put it on the
Thank you.
Jumbotron?
Thank you very much. You can go ahead. You can post it.
Thank you.
Anita,
I'll do that.
you are back, but you'll speak later finally when we are. Joe, why do you come off and on, yet you are always the first man on earth to come to my platforms in earlier tonight? Hmm? What is this? Yes. Fahad. Ndugu Fahad. My son is Fahad. How are you?
I'm good, brother. How are you doing? Can you hear me? Hello? Oh.
Yes, Fahad, we can hear you. Yes, we can.
Oh,
We can.
Okay. Thank you so much. Listen, Dr. Masanga and everybody, I thank you so much for your presentations. However, I was requesting if we could, if you could probably find a little bit more time over the weekend and host or rehost this space on the weekend, because truthfully, as much as I wanted to stay and give as many points, or probably other people too may have this other idea, I know I'm not going to be audible enough because I'm going to be rushing. I have to attend a meeting in a few minutes. So if those, because this is really an important topic. So I don't know what other speakers think, but after today we can, continue from where most people have stopped today, or would have stopped today. My suggestion.
Fahad, I will host it on Sunday at 2 p.m. I'll rehost it on Sunday at 2 p.m. From 2 p.m., we can hammer it throughout up to morning if you want.
Hammer it.
Otherwise, yes, we must have.
Can you guys hear him?
I think Fahad is gone on mute.
No,
Rosemary.
I wasn't actually hearing anything. That's why I went off for a while.
No.
Yeah, he said, Fahdi said Sunday. I think that's a good idea. You and David should hold another space, part 2 of this.
No, I
Fahdi, can
will
I
hold
also...
the space. Kunai, don't give the medicine, then tell the patient to drink. Tell the patient that it will cure you. Isn't it, Fahad?
Yeah. I
We shall
think
co-host with the Kunai. I know you. You are so. Do you want to make your points right now, or you just leave it and we play some music to stabilize the platform? One number from Tanzania, Radio Punchline Africa. Then we welcome you in quickly. Make your comment. Then Rose. Then it goes to Rose. It goes to this man Joe. Then now after that, there is a gentleman who has been on the platform, Ezeme. Ezeme, you have waited for long, and that is the time when I call it a day. With Ezeme, you wait. Let Radio Punchline Africa in Nairobi. How are you? Are you still on the platform? I wanted the Tanzanian music. Very much Radio Africa in Nairobi, Kenya. Asante sana. You know, all of you on the platform, Swahili is becoming a world language. That song is from Tanzania. It is played by Radio Punchline, my radio station in Nairobi, together with Punchline Africa TV. As we speak, we are on TV, we are on radio. Every comment you make is going miles, and millions of people will be picking it to know what you have talked about, the oil, the cost of the oil. That song was sung by Mbaraka Mshe On his last journey, I danced that song in 1982 in Carnival in Nairobi when we went on his last journey. When he returned to Tanzania, he died between Arusha and Dar es Salaam. So the song means the world has got problems everywhere. Hakuna kitu kibaya kudunia kama shida. It is at the wedding, there is a crisis. At the ceremony for burial, there is a crisis. At the swearing in ceremony, there is a crisis. At the drilling of the oil, there is a crisis. Thank you very much. Anna, choose the next speaker. Welcome the next speaker to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Matanga. Ulikuwa unavunja meno kama bado, vunja mifupa kama bado meno iko.
Yes, 1982, yes. I danced
next time, actually,
in the Carnival restaurant in Kenya where they cook crocodile. Anybody of you who comes to Kenya, if you want to visit that restaurant, there is crocodile meat to eat, which I don't eat. But that was the last song that Baraka Mshe sang on his way back home from Kenya to Arusha, from Arusha to Dar es Salaam. He died in a motor accident. May his soul rest in peace. And at least I danced his song that night.
Amen.
Up to about 3 a.m. in the morning. Good morning, Africa. And a good afternoon, good evening in London. Rose, your sister has been waiting for your comments.
We'll give to Rose next. Punchline Africa. Una, if you can send the link of the Somali song, which is actually very dear to me. And it speaks to all Africans, and it tells Africans to stop sleeping on the on the work, on the job. It's talking to African leaders, and that song carries a very heavy message. Africa Ihuru though. So if Unai knows that song, he can
send it to my DN.
Yeah, I don't know the link to the song. If Unai knows better, he can send it to me, and then I could forward it to you. And actually, that song it talks about Africa, and it carries a lot of weight and a lot of message. And that song was sung, I think, around the 80s. And it's a reality that we're seeing. All the warnings and all the signs and everything that song was carrying, the message it carried, is what we can currently see today.
Okay.
That is happening. Rosemary, welcome to the mic. Let's hear from you.
Thank you so much. I mean, I was hearing some interference here and there, so I didn't want to speak. I was waiting for my turn patiently. But it's nice. It's great to connect with you, and I'm seeing old friends here. The usual crowd, Joe Wagashiku, is in the house. Karibu sana. This is really great, and you and I haven't connected for a while, and many other sisters and brothers. I was listening quietly, not that I didn't want to take the mic, but I was on the road, and now I'm in a place where I could speak easily. I came in when Ali Sesekawa was speaking, and he made a really very, very good points, saying that, there was, depends on how we want to look at the glass half full or half empty. But to go back to the question of today, is oil a curse in Africa, Nigeria, to Uganda, Libya, South Sudan, the tension that we are seeing, all this? And I want to agree with many of the speakers who've said, no, it's a blessing, but it depends on how we want to manage it. Keep it down there in the ground while we sort out our governance issues or align ourselves properly. And also the comment that Joseph from South Sudan gave. We need to acknowledge in Africa some of the people who've stood with us. It's like individuals. Oh yeah, I was forgetting my brother Kunai. Hey, great to see you and to reconnect with you. We need to honestly be each other's brothers or sisters keeper, in the sense that we shouldn't just be blaming the Wazungus and what have you, but the people who, or the West or the East, people who have stood with us. And one of the countries that we never seem to acknowledge is Cuba. Cuba right now, if you've been there or if you've read about them, they've donated or they've sent in doctors in Africa, from Angola to Kenya to everywhere, you know, and of course we have scarcity of doctors, and they're doing a wonderful job. When it comes to primary health care, irrespective of their governance issues and whether we agree with their leadership or not, it's not for us as individuals to say if it is good or bad. That has to be decided by the Cubans. It's not the East or West to come interfering, saying, oh, huyu tumtoe, huyu tumweke, that kind of thing. Cuba has the best primary health care. You don't hear of all these things. They have sorted that health matter, taken care of it very, very well, and they do the training. Some of the Kenyan students who've gone to Cuba for training to do medicine, they have come back and are doing a phenomenal job. Whether oil is a curse, it's not. Let's try and harness this oil. But listen, I have worked in some really troubled spots. I was in Iraq. And Iraq, when you go to a place like Tikrit, where Saddam Hussein came from, all you need is even just a spoon to drill the oil. I am telling you, that town smells of oil. They have so much oil that it will never even finish. But look at what is happening in Iraq now. Chaos, turmoil, the place is not secure. Why is that so? This is all interference from, the superpowers. And as soon as we can also try and get, and you see what happens to the East and West, they even interfere with some of the regional organizations that could help us. Things like AU, ECOWAS, SADC, all this. They go, they inject all this negativity, and people are fighting. It's like we are fighting among ourselves. So for me, I want to just be very brief because I know it's very late, but just to say that really we need to continue having this space. I think this is an extremely important topic that we should have handled over the weekend, and we ought to, and with your permission, Dr. Matsanga, if we can have it over the weekend, just to continue, because I think you are touching on many countries, and most of the countries in Africa that are struggling with governance issues and have oil reserves, plenty, that we should not even be begging. Africa should not be poor. But how do we get ourselves out of that quagmire? I yield my mic, Hannah.
Thank you very much, Rose. Thank you for your contribution, and I thank you very much for today speaking up and giving us some form of wisdom. But I just want to bring you people to why I chose this format of question.
Hannah, are you there? Or Kunai?
Yes, I'm there. Are you not hearing me?
I think Matanga may have, gone to bed.
No,
Yeah.
Matanga, Doctor is speaking. It's only you that cannot hear him, Rosemary. We can hear him loud and
Rose
clear.
may be you, but I am here. I've not gone to any bed.
Did you hear me? My presentation?
Yes, I hear you. I hear you, Rose. I'm hearing you very well.
Hannah, I finished my presentation. Oh. I don't know if you heard me.
Maybe if you could drop down and I can pick you up. You're having a problem hearing Dr. Mathanga, but we can all hear him loud and clear.
Okay, but I'm done. I'm done now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rose, for your contribution. And why I chose the question, and I put it that way. Let nobody mistake it that I was meaning oil has a problem. I am saying I was looking at all African countries where oil is rumored to be. Kunai has been on this platform a few hours ago telling us that in Somalia, people don't know the agreement. And I'm shocked that Hannah came up to say it is a blessing. What blessing is it in Somalia when even the agreements you are signing, you don't know what you are signing? People don't know what they have signed. There are some clauses in these oil companies where you say you don't show some of the things. So
I said
oil,
it's a blessing, but it's a curse because there is no transparency from the governments. It's our leaders that are
okay,
cheating on their people.
all right, that's okay. That is very good. Now that's well clarified. Claudius from China, I know you. I don't know. You are from. Are you in Zimbabwe today, Madam? Thank you very much for coming to the show. Can you take the mic and speak? Then Joe, let the ladies come first. We have had too many men here. Then Joe next. Then Noble. Then
And Dr. Matanga, before the
yes.
next speaker. Anyway, we will talk in length over the phone, but just to actually emphasize on Unai's point, the same company during the elections, and they did sign an agreement, and later on it was null and void because it was during transition time and there was no authority for anybody to sign any deals. So that was cancelled. But then the same company, Coastline Exploration, uh, at the beginning of this new government, as soon as they appointed the minister of that sector, they were the first people to send a tweet and congratulate him. And afterwards, we know they're given the contract back again. Now, that what can Unai, I, and many more Somalis do? We bang the drum. We speak to our parliamentarians, but they're not publishing anything. We are helpless. So unless we have platform like this and somebody like Dr. Matanga to dig up who are these people and put it in the public domain, maybe more voices than the only Somali voices, probably that would help. And the same goes for all the rest of the African countries, as suggested before. But there you go. We'll give the next lady, Willie Sain. The mic is yours.
Hi everyone, good evening. I don't know if anyone is hearing me. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, but speak a bit louder.
Okay, I'm going to be a little bit louder. It's rather unfortunate that I'm actually traveling at the current moment, but I cannot help but to share my own perspective regarding a very topical issue like this. Um, of course, when you talk about the resource curve, it has been on it has been on debate for quite some time now. Although I've joined in for quite some time now, I've been following what the other speakers have been saying, so I would not like to actually repeat what they said. But I just want to highlight that countries with oil, mineral, and other natural resource world on average have failed to show better economic performance than those countries without them, often because of the undesirable side effects. And now this word takes us to a phenomenon known as the natural resource curse. Now it refers to the paradox that countries with an abundance of natural resource often fail to grow as rapidly as those without such resources. of course, just like Doctor has already highlighted, some of the countries in Africa that are actually having a bad effect on their natural resource, to be precise, oil. Sub-Saharan Africa typifies this situation where they are actually lagging behind. So in their economic development, they lag behind the rest of the world in spite of their wealth of gas, oil, and other minerals. Um, um, from when I saw the topic, I wanted to look at it like a curse. But I'm going to refrain from saying that it's a curse, and I will quickly agree with Mama Rosemary, who said it's just the way we manage our natural resources.
Yeah, thank you very much. You have finished speaking? Hannah.
I think she has or she's having technical issues because we can't hear
It
her
looks
anymore.
technical. Joe, can you pick up the microphone, please, and we wind up this,
If
please.
anyone, is again my question.
Yeah, we are hearing you, but very.
Joe, go ahead. Joe, rukia your mic.
Hi Hannah, how are
Tumalize hii
you?
mambo. Salama.
Sawa sawa. Nataraji nyinyi nyote mko salama. Dr. Matsanga, how are you doing? Thank you for the digital response. I have a couple comments that I want to make. I don't want to reinvent the wheel. Most of the points that I had have already been said in one form or another. But before I go further along, I want to recognize my auntie Rosemary. It's good to see you. It's been such a long time. Umepotea sana. Is oil occurs in Africa, Nigeria, Uganda, Libya, Southern Sudan tension. I would say if we believed that there is a curse that is associated with oil, it would be equivalent to believing those old hag tales. You know those stories that our grandmothers used to tell us. Oil is it's a blessing that has been bestowed upon us by the good Lord, and it's not just one of the blessings. It's among many blessings that we as Africans we need to recognize that. And apparently, I would want to start by echoing a point that one of the sisters that spoke before me. She said that the people of Africa, we do not recognize what we have, and we don't recognize its importance. We don't recognize its potential to transform our communities. I've been to a few boom towns.
Joe, you just clear your line. And then come back. Your line is fine. I don't know why. Don't clear the line and then come back. Request. And let me take the microphone. You have been here for a long time, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Matanga, for the privilege. No, you're the man of Africa. You are our elder that is guiding us on what to do. We really appreciate what you're doing for us. If we have other elders from Africa that are directing us, that would be great. But you stood up, being there, paying all the price, taking all the bullets to make sure Africa get where they should be. Let me speak on Nigeria per se because that's why I'm here. Right now, unfortunately, like you said, it's oil a cost. Oil is not a cost. That's just the gospel truth. But in Nigeria per se, The colonial master, one thing they did was to install their puppets that they used to control the whole people in Africa, and they used them to control, especially Nigeria. That's why Nigeria has a lot of mineral resources. Like I mentioned, like Chad Basin, they are drilling oil there, they are not accounting for it. The Californium, that is about $27 million per gram, you know, they have in a bonus state, they are not accounting for it. The gold, they were getting from Zamfara state, nobody's accounting for it. They just only based on the oil. And we have this red mud that when they process it, they turn it to copper. You know, nobody's accounting for it. They are just basing on oil, and oil. You know, what is in Nigeria, especially the three nations that makes up Nigeria, Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba, each of the region, each of the nation, they have their mineral resources that they can develop on their own pace. But unfortunately, this cartel they are using to milk everybody dry. That's why you see a lot of things are going on. You have the president that is the petroleum minister that never account for anything. Why they are drilling the oil? Unfortunately, since 1940, I believe 46, they discovered oil in Nigeria. British government has been the people that are drilling this oil without accountability. They can't even put a mirror on it for more than over 70 years. They can't even put mirror. The ship just goes in there, steal all the oil and come out. Where are they selling all this oil? They did investigation. They found out that they're selling this oil in the Western world without accountability. So these are the problems we are facing. That's why we say we Biafrans, we want to go, because we can't just get oil in our land, and they're coming to our communities and ransacking our communities, raping our women, killing them after raping them, cutting them into pieces. We say no, we don't want this. You know, our oil we have in our place cannot be a cost to us. We are just fighting for a life, right to live as a human being. Because these people, they live in their bushes, our bushes. If you can't even go to farm. You know, you can't even go to stream, which is normal thing. People in the village, they go. But in Nigeria, in Biafra land and Oduduwa land, it's just, this is what we are passing through. You know, unfortunately, Abuja, they have a refugees camp there. Only in Southeast, they don't have a refugee camp, except the one in Enugu State. They massacred more than 100 and something people over there, which the Eastern Security Network went over there to rescue them. The governors, they cannot even send anybody because this power that control Nigeria are remoting them. Unfortunately, they recruited Boko Haram into the military. Since the terrorists in the bushes cannot do the job, okay, they're now using the military to kill our people. Like I was saying before, for more than 100 hours now, they're using Tucano jets, bombarding our places. Why? Because we are just asking for the right to live as a human being. That doesn't make sense. By killing us, since the terrorists that live in our bushes cannot do this, they are now using the repentant Boko Haram into the military, attacking our villages and communities. We've been shouting, nobody's listening to us. There is a silent war going on. So this oil now is not a cause, but what I'm saying is that is the cartel they are using, to extract this oil. That's the cost we have. Despite that, they are not accounting for all other mineral resources we have in that land. That's the problem we are facing. Right now, the economic, the food blockade they did during a Biafran Nigerian genocidal war, they extended it to the West now. That's the Yorubas. You can't even get your money in the bank. All the money you have in the bank, you can't even get it. You can go queue all you want. You can't get your money. You're using your money like now. You're using like 13,000 naira to buy 10,000. You can't even see the money any place. That's a economic strangulation. People are dying. The government is not doing anything because they are the ones that are using this thing to suppress the people, to suppress them into submission. That is what is going on. You're talking about fuel. There is no fuel. You can queue on a fuel station from morning to night. You cannot see any fuel. These are what our people are passing through. I have not seen any media that is saying anything about it. Our people are dying. That's why I'm here to plead with you, Dr. Matanga. I know you're doing a great job. You're a patron. You're a father. To plead with whoever that needs to be hear our cry. To rescue our people. Like somebody had an accident, they could not get money to take care of it, to go even the hospital. They were asking them to deposit money. The other day, a lady, she was pregnant. It's not that she don't have her money. She had her money in her account. The doctor said she has to pay the money before she can they will attend to her. She went to bank to go withdraw her own money. She was standing there, the water has broken, she slumped and died with the baby. These are the things that our people are passing through. We are pleading for help anyhow to assist our people to get through this. How can they be using the government that is insensitive, that don't have any feelings to human life, to be terrorizing our people like this? This is not right. They can't get their money, they can't get anything. And also the election, they rig the election. A lot of people, every place are boiling. I'm just pleading for you to use your good office to do what is right. Whoever to contact before Nigeria explodes. Because the way things are going now, that country can explode at any time. There is a place, a time you can push somebody to the wall. They don't even look back anymore. They will bite the person that is pushing them. So that's what I just want to plead to you, sir. I really appreciate your service to Africans. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, all good things come to an end. I have been here for the last 3 to 4 hours. It's coming, actually, it's 4 hours now. And I've done my best to make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak. On Monday, this platform starts at 9:15. Depending on the location where you are, you can always...
Did we agree Sunday or Monday, Dr. Did we agree on a Sunday or a Monday?
No, on Sunday, I was talking about this one today. And I was trying to apologize to people who might want to speak, but there is no time for them to speak today. On Sunday, I will open up this whole topic at 2 p.m. East African Standard Time, which will be 11 a.m. London time. I will finish my prayer at exactly 11 from Lady Mary Anglican Church, where I go every Sunday, where I'm an assistant warden. I go to church. Then immediately as I drive back home from church, I will start switching on and the people can deliberate. And in Nairobi, Kenya, you will be live on the TV together with Radio Punchline Africa TV. So for me, tonight, I have done my level best for Africa, ladies and gentlemen. I've struggled. I'm an old man of 68. I want to beg that you leave me to go and sleep so that next time we continue with the services very well. But I want to make an appeal to one gentleman, Lamu, from South Sudan. His appeal about the usage of oil money seem to have come through to say people use the oil is also part of the conflict that we have seen in South Sudan. How many people take how much share, the mafia, everybody, the cartels are involved in that oil deals. So I will give him an opportunity to say the last words. And
Okay, Dr. David, thank you very much for this opportunity. What my fellow Africans have really talked about is they have really dug deep into the issues. And as you said, that we are here to really see and try to analyze is oil a curse? We are not against what oil has done, we can chronicle the positive parts of what oil has really helped us in Africa. But we are trying to see what have we not reached? How far can we still go? And what has been the effect of oil on our continent? So, and as Africans, we really see that oil in the countries where it has really brought a lot of challenges, and that's partly due to the resource cost and the paradox of plenty when things are there. And so we have seen a lot of factors have really been influencing this. So our way forward is how can we really make sure these resources that we have are for the good of our countries, the good of our people, and generally the good of our continent. So that's really the question. And many people have always been hinging on we need it's not the oil is not the problem. The problem is we ourselves, what is really in our heart, and how do we really make sure what we have is for the benefit of our people. The sense of humanity, or the sense of Ubuntu, as we call it, Africanism and humanism. So that's really the only way forward. So, and it's not time to blame each other, but it's time to take things seriously, take things at heart. How can I make sure that we work for the bettering of our countries? We make sure through our voice, through whichever means that we have, that what is really not being done right should really be done right. So as a South Sudanese, I strive, I always pray, and I just through voice and pen wish that things change in my country, and whatever wrong thing that's really being done, we should really mend things and rise from the ashes. So we go to who we are really supposed to be, and to also other African countries. So it's not only South Sudan. And when the suffering in Nigeria, I really feel it, and that's what we really need. So as Africans, we stand together in solidarity, and with through voice, pen, and whichever thing we can. When there's problem in South Sudan, it's your problem. Don't look at it as South Sudanese problem. So after all, they'll say Africa, they're fighting. They look how they are. So take it at heart. That's the only future that we have. The dream of the Pan-African fathers, that Africa should be one. And when we are one, that's the only way we can solve our problems. We have failed as states, and the systems that we have as states have really gone. So it's only through the collective effort. The European Union is able to do that because they are united. The United States is united, and other uh, parts of the world are united. But if we really continue to fragment ourselves and look at our individual interest against the interest of Africa as a whole, and that theory of individualism, I don't take it as Africa. As an African, I take the community at heart, the continent at heart, the people at heart. So that's the only future we have. So thank you very much.
Lami, if I may just ask you one question out of curiosity. South Sudan is a member of East Africa Federation. Has that bloc helped, or has it bring any significant changes, tangible, to issues on the ground, from your perspective?
From my perspective, the East African community hasn't yet really done much in South Sudan, and we just really still have problems. South Sudan is not contributing anything to the East African community, and so there's nothing really much. What we have just seen is South Sudan has become an open a market ground, and things are just it's like a dumping place. But that's just what we see economically. And South Sudan has just become a place where goods go to, and we have really seen nothing yet that has really is tangible and but we hopefully in the future, because the East African community is still upcoming. So that's in my perspective.
Thank you very much, Lami, and I would like to ask all the African brothers and sisters on the platform. I think soon we're going to hold a discussion on that, God willing. And I would actually urge any of this blocks, anybody who is from these blocks. We know DRC Congo is in it. We know South Sudan is in it. Somalia is about to be put in that category. I don't know how. I do not have any institutions that are functional. The country is in a limbo. So to be quite honest, is just exploration to find out how has this helped all these other African countries that are in this block. I can see what is going on in DRC Congo. We can see what is happening in South Sudan. And we know who is pushing this East Africa. If it was our own, I am a Pan-Africanist, and I believe in us working together, but for our benefit. But as long as somebody else is pushing the agenda behind the curtains, some of the countries are not at the same level as the other blocks. I don't know how this is helping. If it's not intervening in Sudan, how it's going to help in Somalia, which is soon to be a new member of that bloc. So I would urge if anybody from those countries, they can DM me and I will let you know. I think Dr. Mathanga will also be in that platform, God willing. And I would want my community to hear from you guys that are already in that block. And maybe this will enlighten the Somali community and they would know way forward. Thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Mathanga. I don't know,
Thank
you
you.
were closing, but Joe has his hand up.
Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you, all of you people. We can't exhaust everything today. And I want to tell you to thank you, especially the new members who have attended today. And Anita and the rest. I encourage the younger generation to attend this type of knowledge. There's a lot of knowledge that you gather from here. There was recently a minister from Africa in West African state who was asked about the capital city. I was in Chatham House, seated, and he came to make a speech. But when he was asked about the capital city of a certain country in West Africa, Burkina Faso, and this man comes from West Africa itself, he could not answer the name of the capital city of Burkina Faso. Then how on earth can you become a minister in a cabinet when you cannot even answer? You don't know. Some of you on this platform use it to gather more knowledge, get more education. For example, for me, I can name for you without looking at any map, any reference, all the capital cities of African countries. Take the phone away, put a cloth on my eyes, and start asking me. I will name for you all the capital cities from north to south, east to west, country to country. So these platforms are educative, ladies and gentlemen. Come here and learn more from your friends. Tag each other. Tag people from Uganda, from Kenya, from Tanzania, from North Africa, from Biafra, from Nigeria, from Burkina Faso, from Mali, Chad, Togo, Gabon. All these countries are here. Cameroon, you see, Angola, Botswana, Itswani, Lesotho. Look at those capitals. I can name those countries. Now I'm drawing the map of Africa. Learn from here and pick up a pen. When you come here, there are so many people who make very good points here. Today I've liked the points of almost everybody, including the points of Mr. Ali Seketawa of Uganda, who says everybody in South Sudan is enjoying, surely as if he doesn't know what is happening in South Sudan. I want to thank all of you for having attended this show. We shall repeat this show on Sunday at 2 p.m. East African time, 12 noon West African time, 1 o'clock Central African time, 11 o'clock London time, and 12 o'clock European time. American time, you can guess, Rose will be sleeping deep, very far away, and hopefully Ali Sekatawa will be waking him up calling him to come to Kampala. And Ali Sekatawa, you can meet Rose. Rose is a humanitarian officer, and I can see from your profile you have lots of jobs around African issues of oil, gas, corporate affairs. She's a very good person. She can act as your consultant. These platforms are also for knowing each other. It's not only to come here to bash presidents, to bash them, to tell them, to insult them. Also give them credit on some of the things they do. Give credit like some of us have given. I under President Museveni, he beats me by 10 years. Or let's say how many years? Yes, 10 or 6. And we are together. He knows me. He doesn't need to ask anybody to know me. You don't go there and tell him, oh, I saw Matanga. Then he say, which Matanga? He knows one Matanga. And we have been together. We are in UNLF together. We overthrew Idi Amin together. We overthrew Rule together. We overthrew Binaisa together. We have been together for a long time. And then we also ourselves were overthrown later on in 1985. Since that time, that's it. That's what I said. Uganda is my home. I live there. But the problem of AU, the problem of African Union, most of you have seen the letter that Kagame has written. And I told you here that African Union is dead. I have got 1 vote already from Kagame. I'm going for that slot. I have got another one Kenya will give me. Zimbabwe will give me. Algeria will give me, because my running mate is from Algeria. So Algeria and the Arab world will give me. Somalia will give me. Wallahi, they will give me. I want my votes to be counted. I want to change African Union, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. I leave it in a good shape to protect Africa. Let's be poor, but let's use our little brains to collect money forcefully from countries to make their contribution. Hannah is asking here that what does Somalia gain from the bloc? Exactly, you are right, Hannah. Because when you go there, you pay money, but some countries don't pay. We can pay money without asking France to give us money. We can run elections in Africa without asking for Britain to give us money to run an election. We can lend ourselves each other. If we people, local people in villages can do what we call chama or circles, we do circles. If we can do circles, what about countries? Countries can also do circles and open up AU Bank. I want a vision to open up African Union Bank. In every country, there must be a branch of African Union Bank. That's the vision Matanga wants to bring to African Union, such that the little money we collect is put into investment. If a country wants to borrow from our profits to use it for elections, we give it. But we elected a man in African Union who became bought by the French. And we are dead. We are dead. So, ladies and gentlemen, 2024, I am going for that slot. My running mate is the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Algeria. We shall put our names forward. Let the votes be counted. Let the votes be counted. I know Zimbabwe will not let me down. They will give it to me. Let them be counted. And once SADC, I know Angola, my brother, my friend-in-law will not let me down. He will direct that the vote be given to me. I will count them. And let's face each other. Let's protect Africa. Our organization has been kidnapped, taken to a military, to a mortuary somewhere in Paris. We don't have a say at all on our own organization. Look at the mess in Congo. Look at the mess in Chad. Look at the mess in Chad, where they had been funding a rebel president, Bozize, to destroy another president-elect in the Central African Republic until they got embarrassed. Then they sent Bozize to Guinea-Bissau. Is this the African Union we want? You African younger men, you the early Sekatawas who are growing up, what do you want for a better Africa? Let's have a better Africa. Leave a legacy for our generations to come. And that is what I am going to do. For example, I've given you my manifesto. I want to create an African Union Bank called African Union Bank. Forget about African Development Bank. And then African Development Bank goes to borrow money from Europe. Then they give you a loan. Then they say it is their money. No! I want an African Union Bank called African Union Bank with its headquarters in Addis Ababa and branches all over 54 countries. That Africans go and bank in this bank, put in money in each country. You will see within 1 to 5 years, our Africa will transform. Ladies and gentlemen, this can be done. And this can be done very properly. Rosa, I don't know what you want to say, but their platform is, I give you 1 second, 1 minute to say what you want to say. I've given you the platform. There you are.
Yes, Dr. Masanga, it's always so great to connect with you. I know it's very late, but one quick point that I wanted to bring up. You've heard the cry of our brothers and sisters on this space. Hannah, please don't forget me when you're putting together that group so that I can join and we can have a vibrant discussion. Is it on Somalia becoming part of the East African community? But Dr. Masanga, there are 2 things that you don't follow through. And this one I'm going to tell you as an elder, as a brother, as somebody I really love and cherish on what you do. You've been fighting for Africa. Kenya, when we had ICC on our neck, you took it upon yourself. And we saw all the good work that you know, but can we find out 2 things that you put forward? African Union, we need new leadership. I want to be seconded here and I want to pass a motion. This is People's Parliament, Africa Parliament. You need to put in your application as the next Secretary General of the African Union. I don't know if they call it Secretary General, but I believe they call it a chairperson.
African Union chairperson.
Yes, Musa Faki's job. He has done a lousy job. I wish him well. He's a brother from Chad. But when is his term coming to an end? He needs to go back and Chad so that he can sort them out. That should even be a rotation. When it comes from West Africa, it should go to another region. It should go to East Africa. It should go to South Africa. It should go to North Africa. You said it and you said you would not mind. You would do a phenomenal job. With me there as chief of staff, of course, or part of just the coterie and part of, the team. Supporting you, but you as the chairperson of the African Union. The second thing that you also brought, and Zelkan, even I think she was on the platform, my dear sister Zel, and she's been doing a good job. You had said, can we do away with Starbucks coffee for a day and send somewhere? You should have set up your PayPal or whatever. We send somewhere $1. $1, which is just probably 100 shillings or 200 shillings now, depending on the rate and the country that you're in. Us on the platform, all these platforms that you've been holding, these are the two things, So when you make a proposal, please hear the cry of my brother in South Sudan, what he was talking about, both Manasseh and the young man who just spoke a few minutes ago. I just followed him. Hear what that gentleman from Biafra was talking about. Honestly, we have enough experience. You are the helm of the African Union. I am telling you, the way to go about it is put in your application. We lobby a few African heads of state, one of them being Kagame, and boom, barabim, barabam, and you're in. I yield my mic.
Thank you very much. I have written a letter which is going to President Museveni in the next few days. And of course, I need my country, Uganda, to support me and to give me that moral support and that credentials. And I think the signs are they will support because they need a Pan-African man there. I have passed the level of coming to fight for votes in Uganda. Let me fight for votes on international platform where I can be more useful than to quarrel with what is at my national level. I've got 80 children. Out of them, at least 1 or 2 of them will now go to fight for member of parliament and so on and so forth. They are mature enough to become members of parliament and even become heads of state if they want. So for me, I've decided, Rose, I'll go for the job. And let my votes in Africa be counted. After all, I will have pride. If I have 20 presidents voting for me, I will go home and say, yes, I came, I saw, and I conquered. And that is what I'm trying to do as we speak right now. The PayPal you are talking about is coming, and it will be placed on this platform very soon, where all of us who are regular members, that dollar that you have hidden somewhere in the diaspora, send it on into that PayPal, $1. And if we, like yesterday, we were 1,400 that tuned in. That's the tuning in and the listening, those who were listening, $1,400. If we each of you put $1 each, that would have been $1,400. So every time we make this, and the topic of this nature, very nice, very sweet, get people like PLO Lumumba to come and talk to us. We exchange and fire them questions. That is going to work. You already know, you have seen, I brought music here. I brought TV here. Rose, what you are talking is on TV right now, live. Live. And they will pick up clips and go back and rejoin this, replay. Very many people will hear your voice and see you. Although they don't see you moving, but they will see you there. You are present when talking. So thank you very much, all of you. Famous from Nigeria, my brother, you can make a vote of thanks and we close
Okay, sir.
the platform. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, everybody. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, the Parliament, the dignitaries, media, and all calibers of people in this eminent platform. From my side, I say good evening to you all. It is my utmost pleasure throwing a little word. I've been longing to come in, but I've been having challenge accessing the media here. After a few days ago, Twitter started giving me some issues. But something boosted my spirits now to just try to say something. Please, I want everybody in this platform to support Dr. David Matanga. That's number one in his quest on what is going soon. Number two, the platform he's coming to bring for $1 each or $1. I also want everybody to help to make it a duty, make it a thing out of your heart to be putting something in there. Number three, Dr. David Matanga must be protected by all costs. He must be protected by all costs. I know why I'm saying this. I know why I'm sounding like this. With the West, do not want anybody that will come up to challenge them or to make things happen or to change their rules. Muammar Gaddafi came up in order to fight for Africa. They raised their ugly head up. What is going is very important. I know very well it is crucial. It is a vital post. Most of us may not really understand it now or may not really see it now, but I hope you will see it soon. He must be protected by all costs. Anything you do, any post you head, whatever you do, the media, the forces must try and put hand, making sure that he must be protected by all costs, because the West has been a thorn on our neck. In the topic you raised today, I won't say anything now till when you brought it again on Sunday. That is when I will say something. Thank you, and God bless you all. Bye.
All right. There is a gentleman. Joe, you have disappeared again. J Jam, is this your real picture or the picture of Dad? Let's see you speak. Thank you very much, Famous. Just J Jam, you came in and you have been consistent. You want to say something, you say something, and we close down. Meanwhile, Radio Punchline in Nairobi, prepare Oliver Mutukuzi as the song sending us way back home. Until it ends, then people switch off the platform. Thank you. Joe, every time I call you, you go up or you come back. Now, Jay, can you say something, sir? Jay Jam.
Yes, Dr. David, how are you?
Fine, thank you, sir.
Yes, I'm speaking from the capital city of Tanzania.
Habari yako ndugu mpenzi.
Not the capital, the commercial city.
Dar es Salaam.
Salama kabisa ndugu yangu.
Asante sana JJM.
Yeah, I've joined the discussion in the middle, but you've inspired me a lot. You inspire me in every house or room I go to listen to you, and I would want to listen to you talking all the time.
And I want to tell you, I got this from Musasani. Wakati ya 78
during Mwalimu time.
Nilikuwa Musasani.
During Mwalimu's time, eh?
Yes, hapo kwa Ikulu I was a house, a shamba boy there earning 1 shilling, 78.
Wow. Oh, that
Tulikuwa
was that.
tulikimbilia huko.
Yeah, hiyo ilikuwa ndio muda mzuri. Basi wewe
Yes.
kumbe
So that is
wewe
why I
ni
picked that spirit of Pan-Africanism. Even you can see my voice is more or less, when I start getting upset a bit, I talk like a Nyerere. You know, now the words come
yeah.
out, that tough voice comes out. So I picked the voice from there.
Yes. Mwalimu was a real Pan-Africanist,
Yes.
and he did a lot. He was Mwalimu means a teacher. He was a teacher to
Yes.
us, and I think he was a teacher to the whole of Africa.
So you make your contribution 1 minute, and
so thank you so much for the generosity. This agenda of oil being a curse in Africa, and we talk of African Union, African Pan-Africanism, and we are getting it wrong somewhere. I'll just quote Mwalimu, one of his last speech, when he was just retiring from the chairmanship of South Commission, for those of you who remember, because he was the chair of the South Commission. He said these words: if Africa will not get things right, years coming in history, the whole of Africa will be turned into like a national park. You know, we have a popular national park here called Serengeti, and I think most of you know it. If Africa doesn't get its agenda right, by then there was a meeting which was being organized, I think, in Abuja, where all heads of states of Africa were met, and actually they came with this agenda of African Union instead of Organization of Africa Unity, which was primarily focusing on liberating Africa, making it independent. The second agenda for Africa was to emancipate ourselves economically, to empower ourselves so that we can own the major means of economy, we can drive the economy, we can have a thriving private sector led by Africans across the continent, develop policies which would empower Africans in terms of education, in terms of entrepreneurship, in terms of innovation. That was the agenda number 2 for the second generation of leaders of Africa. And if you quickly ask me, Dr. David, whether we got it right, I will say no. We've lost our way somewhere in between, because African countries, especially African leaders, focused on individualistic, self-centered agenda. The sovereignty of individual states. The agenda for Pan-Africanism was left hanging. It was left, probably the leader whom I heard talking about more of African Union was late Muammar Gaddafi. I saw him continue speaking about Union of Africa, funding African initiatives, and he was really a Pan-Africanist. We will contend on that, but I think he remained as a leader who survived with the agenda of African Union. But somewhere here, I think we have lost our way, because leaders are too much focused on the internal issues, internal affairs. And the Mwalimu said, if we cannot unite, if Africa will not unite, then they will always be focusing on the internal issues, tribalism. Because, for example, if Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania unite together, there will be no question of talking about Kikuyu or Baganda or whoever, because most of the time we shall be preoccupied by trying to make our agenda in a regional context, not about tribes. But if we stay in our original individualistic small states, people will always go back to tribalism. And that is what we have to fight in Africa. And I think Africa Union is not getting its agenda right because it has neglected the people, we the people. We need to get a leader from us who understands our language, understands our feeling, and understands our aspiration. The young people who carries our dream. Because now these top guys, you know, the presidents of each country, over 54 countries in Africa, they don't have time to think about Africa as a whole, as one state, United States of Africa. We have lost that dream, my brothers and sisters. And we need to regain, we need a renaissance, we need to come back. But we cannot do that if we use these leaders we have, the presidents of our individual states, because they are too much focused on negotiating their power, staying in power, overstaying in power, or their parties. The agenda for Africa has been completely forgotten. And I like this conversation, and I hope we'll have more time to talk about it in future, so that we can create a narrative.
Okay.
A new narrative for Africa. Thank you so much, Dr. David. Sorry for taking a bit more minutes than you allowed me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, James. I think Dr. Matanga is really tired. He's been here for a long time.
I'm not tired.
And maybe we'll
I'm here.
maybe we will get another space,
No,
and
we
maybe we should look back and
Hannah, we are having space on Friday. On Sunday, I am hosting
we're having
a
space on Sunday, yes?
at 2 p.m. Tag each other.
Yes.
Follow each other. Follow me. Follow all the speakers here, Hannah, everybody. Follow each other. Once that space comes on here, you will know that there's a space, and this space will continue. This oil cast, we haven't cast you yet. We are still casting you. We want to discuss more countries and find out whether people have gained out of this oil or not.
Definitely.
So on that note,
and
I would like Anna, yes?
just I wanted to one more point. James was talking about the Pan-African and all that. That reminded me, maybe Dr. Mathanga, we should also maybe in one of these future coming days look back at what happened to the Monrovian group and the Casablanca. What went wrong, and maybe you can give us some lesson.
What went wrong is what you see in Biafra. Ojukwu and Gowan. Nyerere was the first person. Nyerere was the first person to recognize Nyerere, Obote, Kaunda. They were the first people, and the gentleman of Algeria were the first people to recognize your General Ojukwu of Biafra. They recognized Biafra until they said we stand by Biafra. That's why today I still stand by Biafra, because those great sons of Africa said those guys are marginalized. They are a majority. Have you ever seen of majority people being marginalized? By a few people? By Buhari? That is the country. If you talk about it, countries Africa have a problem. Nigeria has the worst problems that Africa must solve. And I'm telling you, there is no Nigeria there. How can 60-80 million people sit at home and watch the ballot being passed there and they didn't vote? Do you call that a country? Do you call that a country? Surely. There you are. Let's have this Oliver Mutukuzi as we go home, please. Sukuma yo wimbo. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I now send you this good record of Oliver Tukuzi, and you listen to it. Enjoy. God bless you. Yes. What shall we do? 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 She not want to say